fern farm for Minecraft. As part of my quest to I'm currently designing an automatic fern farm for Minecraft as part of my quest to farm up everything in the game. I'm doing this live on Twitch right now at Ray's Works. I'm currently designing an automatic Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. The last was Wednesday's stream, and I recorded the entire Easy Fern Farm tutorial, which turned out really good. I'm really impressed with it. Now we're going to try to finish up everything that's related to that. Rick coming in with 10 biddies. So this is your daily dose of bits. That ran out of bits. Wow. Well, thank you very much, Rick, for using some on me. Currently sitting at the 3rd place leaderboard for the biddies. We also got Loey. First time chatter, welcome. If you guys are new to the stream, make sure to hit that follow button. I'll jump into the streaming chat. Edgy's here.
Hello.
How goes it? Hey, I can hear you. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure to join my other social links. They're on screen, including my Discord. I'll hop in the voice call and listen in.
What do you think about those teasers that I sent to you from Minecraft Live video?
If you could send like pictures of the actual things, that would probably make a little bit more sense. It looked like it's pretty general stuff, nothing too exciting. Welcome in, Andrew. Hey, Tink. Oh yeah, I try to play relaxing music. I don't want music that overwhelms my voice. Hey, Cyber. Thanks for the drink up. Yeah, I might try to do some of the actual what do I call it? Looking at some of the actual footage from the previous day. Would be cool to make like a nice story out of it. Cyber says, what is a fern? Ferns, you probably don't think of them too much in Minecraft. They're kind of like dead bushes. They're not too up front and center. But you do find them in taigas. Oh, shoot. So I'm going to send out some announcements, let everybody know that we are streaming. I would like to get back into doing longer streams. But I'm going to have to figure out some way where I just don't talk as much because my throat starts getting sore, it starts getting painful, and it just becomes not fun at all. As I get this all going, make sure you guys are subscribed to me on YouTube. Not to unsubs you. Great to check. While you're at it, make sure you hit that bell notification. We're really close to reaching 360,000 subs. I appreciate all the support. It's easy and free. Just click on the sub button. Well, the bell. The bell will also let you get notified about posts I put on my community page. You don't miss out on streams or new videos. YouTube isn't really good at like posting videos unless you actually have the bell notification turned on. Welcoming Gus. I was actually using the info command. I need to figure out a way to make the info command a little bit easier so people understand what we're doing. Like I said, it takes a lot to get to Big Boom. Oh, how close are you? You use them in other farms, mostly for decoration. Also, guys, be sure to join my Discord. We're getting so close to reaching 7,000 members, and we'll get some new perks. If you guys just click the Discord link there, help me out a lot. You also get to see all the other things that I got working on over there. Until I post different weird photos I find. Those projects I'm working on. Let me get the info test command up to date. The last time we did a tutorial on building the easy farm. Today we're just going to be generally doing the video. Alrighty. Stream been going on for 13 minutes. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's turn on opting for the refresh bot as well as my controller, and I'll be using my foot controller today. Well, I'll give it a try. Also, guys, I have a Twitter where I announce things I'm working on as well as talk with other content creators. I got a Reddit where I post my different farms and contraptions for the entire world to see. I got a Patreon. If you guys want to support me, you can become a Patreon of mine. Really appreciative of everybody who did that. You get similar perks to being a Twitch sub. You guys don't know, here on Twitch, the whole entire month of September, they're doing SUBtember, where you actually get 20 to 30% off purchasing a sub. This gives you access to tons of things, including the sub server. Can one of the mods do the command for !sub? Gus says, are foot controllers and chair controllers better? You talking about, what do you call a chair controller? I mean, like, hand controller? Foot controllers are, I would say they're decent. You obviously can't do as much as, like, your very, very dexterous fingers compared to your feet. But they're surprisingly good. Okay. Compared to your keyboard on your chair. Yeah, I really like that. I still need my gaming chair does have this little thing that kind of sticks out, which I wish to remove in order to be able to access the chair a little bit easier, or access the keyboard a bit easier. So this is what we got going on, guys. Okay, looks like everything's working. So it's part of my goal to design a farm for everything. You can check out this document on my Discord. Coming back and updating some of my older farms. There's some of the more simpler ones too. And we have this row of unfinished ones. These are ones I haven't got a video out specifically showing how to get these items. Oh, Reddish, thank you so much for using Prime.
3 months Pog shocked face.
3 months? They're already 1/4 of a year? Really appreciate that there, Reddish. And with anybody who does use their Prime or any type of sub, you get access to all the perks. The link is there in the chat. This includes access to Raise Grid, and special emotes that you can use on Discord, other perks like no ads, and a bunch of other goodies. Check that out if you guys are curious. But yeah, I just want to thank anybody who uses their Prime. If you guys don't know if you have Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime, or if you know someone that does have it, make sure to use it up each and every month because it's like giving away free money. And you get all amazing perks, plus no extra cost to you. But they will only let you do it if you manually do it each and every month, so don't forget. We are trying to get back up to 250 subs per month.
3 months Pog shocked face.
Ooh, my bot's even, it's not only is it repeating, it's also slow. But yeah, we're trying to reach 250 subs. We're currently at 82, so thanks everybody who's slowly making that number get up there. And all this money will help me pay for the expenses. I am trying to get to TwitchCon San Diego this year. It's coming out just in 1 month from now. So hopefully, if I get a lot of support, I'm trying to do more of these like Minecraft related in real life events in the future, but this will be my first kind of experiment at see how well it goes, how expensive it is. Like you can see the current cost, it's $1,300 some dollars, so it's definitely not cheap for me to go to those events. That's I typically don't go. Oh yeah, and don't forget guys, we do going to have the hide and seek event coming out tomorrow, so look forward to that. Okay, so let me send out these notifications onto my community page for YouTube subscribers who also have the bell notification turned on. And let's make sure links actually work. Yeah, it looks like they are working. Good, and also send it out on my Twitter. Also, I did start sending messages out on my TikTok as well. I have a lot of like amazing content, but it just doesn't get seen. I'm gonna try better at advertising myself throughout the different social medias. But anyways, you can see one of the things that we are working on is actually getting ferns as automatic farm for our document here. And we are also sitting at, pull this over a little bit more, almost 95% of all items in the entire game of Minecraft. I have a video showing how to farm them up. For some of the non-farmable ones, I just show how to get it. Rich said, did that ages ago, really? Oh, okay, that's why it takes so long for people to go up. Yeah, welcome everybody. Hope you guys are having a great Friday. Get the stream going. So, Wednesday stream, we did record me actually doing the tutorial for this. Block by block building. So now what I would like to do is, I think we kind of did a good job in that. Let's do a item count on everything that's needed for this farm. Because you guys did ask me, I put out a poll asking like what type of tutorials you guys like. You guys said you did like block by block tutorials, so I started trying to do that more. And you guys also still liked me doing the explanation of the different parts of the farm and how it works. So this video that we recorded Wednesday, it's going to kind of hopefully encompass both those things. So I'm going to try to, well, it's actually encompass 3 things. So it's going to be me actually building it up, me explaining the different parts of it, like some of the more technical aspects of it. Plus, it's also going to, I'm going to try to kind of show it as in the different struggles. Like, I'm not just going to show you a final product, but hey, you know, I completed this. I'm going to kind of show you why I had to do certain things in order to get it going, why we couldn't do like other things. Okay, so we need an item list. I'm gonna pull up my list and we'll start writing down everything.
Bree, do you need anything?
Can you turn off your voice changer? It does make it even harder to understand you. Currently, did you happen to get some people maybe to test the hide and seek event? Just make sure that goes well. Maybe I could even like make a to-do list on my Discord or different things that I need help with. Okay, so for us to make the fern farm, there's not really many items, but we'll do a quick list. We need some ferns. We need a bone meal. Need 1 mud. It only takes, okay, I guess it can take 1 hopper, but we're using 3 hoppers. We also need a shear. One cobblestone, 1 cobblestone. We need 1 slab. We did the mud. Okay, what else we need? 2 observers. 1 door. 1 piston. Sticky piston. We could just do 1 lever too. That's, oh yeah, we need chests. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 chests. Did I get everything? Oh, we need some blocks. We can just use cobble, so we can just say 3 cobble. Yep, we might have got everything. Oh, I forgot this part over here. 1 water, 1 soul sand. And we need to also add in 2 more blocks. Hold the water in. Or we can just call them 4 blocks. 4 cobble. Okay, whatever. These would be decently strong blocks. I think that's it. That's everything for the item list. It is a quite simple farm. Alrighty. Make sure to remember to use my foot pedal or foot roller. We completed that. Now the next thing we need to do is probably get a schematic. So I think we need to go back to another world. I'm gonna pull this up, the reference. I'm gonna update my build that we have in my nice clean world. This world is where I kind of have like all the different 1 to 19 machines and farms, nicely organized. They can be seen. How's my audio, guys? Can you guys hear me well? Okay, so we got a little bit different over here. Or wait. Oh, maybe I did update this one over here. Okay, we're just missing the door, right? And the piston is a little bit different too. but it shouldn't matter too much. Did I flick the lever when I did that? Oh, okay, it's butting it. Okay, I see. This is butting it up here, and then this is... Interesting. Anything else? I think this is how I kind of have it, so we just have the chest facing the other direction. So that way's fine. That should be kind of all we need. Okay, I think we can take the schematic of it. Hey JT, the audio sounds good? Okay. I'm gonna try not to talk too excessively. I still have like a headache for like the last week. I would like to try to figure out how to get rid of that. It's kind of like a mild migraine. I might have to like kind of take a break from recording maybe for a few days. Kind of a bummer because I was getting really excited about everyone helping me with the different art videos, and also like 1.20 coming, and me also trying to complete some different contraptions that I showed on Twitch designing, but I never got around to putting them onto YouTube. Also would like to also just expand okay. Let's grab a schematic of this. So people ask, people are like, hey, can I have a schematic of it? Rather than using the tutorial build. So this fits in there nicely. Let's do this doesn't go forward. Forward 5 should be fine. 5, 5, that should all be fine. And then can I do shift tab? Okay, we'll call it burn. And then we'll save it. That looks good. Okay, everything is saved. There it is saved. Okay, so then the structure is called fern. So let me get the link for that so we can have that for the video. I've been putting it up on MediaFire for world downloads. A couple people did complain, saying that MediaFire might not be the best one for putting files up online. You guys have any suggestions for websites where I can put my world downloads on? I don't really want to use my Google Docs because that would fill up really fast. Or Google Drive. I probably don't want to use my OneNote either. How big are the schematics? Or we're talking about how much room does the website? The website gives you 10 gigabytes, which is pretty decent. Especially for schematics. But for world downloads, you zip them, it doesn't seem to make much difference. As long as I don't give world downloads, I have tons of empty chunks. Or tons of chunks in general. Okay, so let's go ahead and we made that schematic. Put it onto the document or onto the website. It is nice because if I don't have to actually store it on the computer, it saves me space. Okay, we called it fern. I'll just drag and drop that. Copy the link, and then we will use that when I release the video. This is kind of stuff that takes a lot of time, is like getting everything that's needed to set up for the video. So we're going to, this will be the nbt slash schematic. Okay, I got that completed. And remove that. I also want to provide the world download. So this is the world download I'm using. This has all my 1.18 farms and stuff in it. Aresha is, although I think using Discord as storage place is against terms of service, so I don't know. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't really recommend Discord because, you know, it's not actually designed for that, so it's maybe at some point the links don't work anymore, I don't know. Plus, there's also size limits on Discord. What is it, like 50 megabytes? Not much. Hey, Zakorin? Zarkorin? Welcome in, the first time chatter. Is you our legend? Long live Ray. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Zark. Appreciate joining the stream. If you guys are new to the stream, hit that follow button. Your name will pop up on screen. Thanks everybody's been hitting follow point and joining. JD says, I liked your 1.20 theory video about possible rail update. I was thinking something similar. Nice. I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking about it. I know it's a kind of like out there, but you can't really like assume too much from that video at least. Like it was very repetitive and there wasn't like a lot of different interesting things to look at. How does the farm work? Says Cheesy. Did you not see the farm working the other day? Discord channel could. True, I mean, let me see. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. Right now we're getting the world. Actually, I should. Well, I haven't been turning this farm off. I've just been seeing if it actually blows up anything. It looks like the only thing that blows up is maybe this block right here. And the same one on the opposite side. So far, nothing else has been blown up. It keeps running out bone meal because I don't have this attached to anything. So far, it really hasn't had any problem with like unloading and stuff. Actually, I'm not sure if it's inside of spawn trunks or not. But yeah, this is all my 1.19 stuff. Mostly got videos on all of this, except for the more recent things. Added them over here. Okay, so what we'll do is, since this is going to be about... Ooh! Should we put a command block that teleports people here, or should we just put the person here? I kind of like the idea that teleporting the person here, because that way the person, they do check out the world, then they can maybe learn about other farms. Like it's kind of a good way to easily advertise it. Is my bot being too spammy? Looks like it's staying quite a bit in chat. So if we do F3 plus C, we'll clip our location here. Now if we do /kill, we end up here. And then if we add a new command block, what do we got here? We got a fish farm here. Got some other stuff. I'll just put it right here. paste, it's going to actually teleport. What does S stand for again? P stands for player, S stands for the person that's closest? I don't know. Let's just see. Done. This is going to be, whoops. I'm gonna put it there. So this is going to teleport the player to fern, farm, grass item, farm, cane, farm, melon, pumpkin, Okay, that's fine. So push the button. There's no entity found. Okay, so we have to change this from S to P probably. There, okay. The player can teleport here, and then from here you should be able to see like some other nearby farms. Pretty good. Okay. Now that we have that working, we should be able to spawn here. And now if we stop the game, what I want to do is make a backup of the world. Well, not backup, I want to make a compressed file of it. So we'll use it as a world download. People log in, push this, end up here, and then they can see the farm. Nice. Okay. Now all I need to do is get this actual world download. I zipped it. It looks like the size is 32. I think it's 32 megabytes. Yeah, 32 megabytes. I guess that's not too bad. Is Discord limit 50 megabytes? Is it default 50 megabytes or is it default lower, like 10 megabytes? Anybody know? That was kind of the question we had earlier. So now I'm going to change it. Change the name. So Fern Farm and 1.19 Farms and Machines. Should also update the world instead of calling it world download number 3. Change it to 4. Okay, so I also downloaded that file onto website. So, yeah, also got that link. World download. And we also did the material list. Material list. That's a pretty cool emoji there. Hey, Alt Key. You're also in the Discord voice call. Okay. So far it's going good. What is left to do? We got materials, we got the schematic, we got the rope download. I think we just need to work on the edit. Let's see. Okay, let me pull up, show you the Vegas program I use. Oh, it's a little bit slow. Put it over here. Not exactly sure how long the video will be. What I'll probably do is, it's already edited down so that it's in just the good parts are mostly kept. Oh, yeah. Vegas is quite slow. I guess in the meanwhile, one of the stream mods can do a poll asking if anybody's ever built a fern farm before, or ever collected ferns, or tried to farm up ferns. And while we wait for that, I will pull up this. See which other ones we got left to do. I'm hoping that this video will just be about ferns, and also talk about how to get tall ferns, which large ferns aren't on here, are they? Large ferns. Which video is this about? Oh, did you actually find the snapshot where I talk about large ferns? Poll is up, says JT. Awesome, thank you. What is your fern experience? Built a farm, collect them. I've seen them. There are ferns. Oh man, that's an amazing poll. Perfectly worded. Hey Joe, welcome in. I'm kind of curious how much you want to check out this video. I can't remember if I talked about it. Oh, what? That link is quite short.
Try me.
Oh, I don't like it when the music is quite loud. Okay, so this is supposedly the video where I talk about the ferns.
So they have the new buildings. As you can see, they kind of have the same kind of style where, and for like the doors and
So
buttons,
this is
it's
where
all
I'm
jungle
talking
theme.
about the new
Uh, I would think they
village.
would store something better than sand, but that is super cool how there's like a basement underneath of this one. They also got some always rotten flesh and gold, and they have returned these back to the villagers, which were missing in previous snapshots. Here's a library. He looks pretty cool.
Here I'm talking about the
Oh
loot.
yeah, this is just like the other one. This one has some berries, as well as some ferns, and some spruce saplings, and even pumpkin pies. I guess to go with the pumpkins, there's some pumpkin seeds as well. Here you can see their gardens. They have some pumpkins that's kind of similar to pumpkin pies. I guess to go with the. Here's some bigger houses. This one looks like a two-story house. Ooh, it has two doors, like
This
a
is where I would find the
like
ferns. They're
vegetable.
here.
He also has some berry bushes that are spawned around their areas, so I guess the villagers could walk through here and eventually die from that. I think bed inside. Here's a house that has one of the different types of crafting. This is the fletching house, and I got some chests in here. Oh yeah, I got flint and steel as well as feathers, I guess to use them to fletch up some arrows, but these still don't have a use yet. So any of the cooler biomes, such as like the taiga, and here we're in some extreme hills, you kind of see this is their look
I'm
of the
mostly
village.
talking about the different types of villagers.
You can see their skin's a little bit better because they don't have as much stuff over top of them. The baby variants, both of the zombie villagers as well as the villagers themselves, keep kind of the old skin. Here you can see one of the baby's barrel. Now the barrels can be right clicked into and you can throw your items inside of it, including barrels, and then you can just go ahead and break them down. And then when you break
I'm
them,
also talking about
we'll give you level 1 of Bad Omen when you kill him.
villagers.
So let's get the information off of him using F39. Let's go ahead and kill him and see if he gives us Bad Omen. Yes, we did. We got
Okay.
Bad Omen level 1. They also changed
I don't
the
think I
elemental
actually talked
controls,
about the
which
big
can
ferns. I
spawn
just
around
talked about
village.
ferns in this video. But when I come out with this new video that we're doing right now, that one should be a good way to link it. Whole is up. Let's see, almost complete. Oh, people collected them. I'm surprised people even got around to collecting them because they seem kind of a niche thing. Okay. So we'll update those links. Once this new video comes out. Vegas seems like it is kind of slow. Might be my hard drive. Hard drive might be getting slow. You can see how it's like thinking. At least nobody voted on is there ferns. Okay, maybe this is not gonna load. Let me just check my computer. See how well it's doing, performance wise. Looks pretty good. Okay, so poll is finished. 63% said they have actually collected ferns. 25% have seen them, and 13% have actually built a farm for ferns. Fascinating. I was hoping to show you guys. This is the video that we recorded the other day. I was hoping to show you guys what it actually sounds like, but I don't know why it's so slow. Don't look like anything in my stats are like maxed out. I'll have to probably figure out why it's so slow. Maybe that slow. What else is left? I have to edit the video down. Mostly what I wanted to see if there was anything that I should record. Anything that I missed in the first recording that I should record. It looks like the video is... Looks like it's pretty close to 10 minutes. So probably after I clean this up a little bit, it'll probably be around 10 minutes. Well, I'm actually pretty good. Kind of the time length I want to go for is that 10-minute length. I don't know what to say about this. Just going really slow. Hey, Leah. Doing pretty well. I did try to do some editing this morning, but I did run into problems with just like the Vegas program was slow at loading up the files, which I'm not sure. I did some tests on my hard drive. It didn't seem like there's any problems with it or any speed problems or defragmenting that needed. So I'm not sure what to say. Well, they kind of ruined the plans I had today. I don't know how long this can take to load up. Is it loaded now? Oh, okay, it's loaded, okay. I want to make it kind of small. Maybe I'll just leave that out there. And if I click on this, I press F11. Ooh. There. Okay, so this is everything we recorded the other day. How loud is it for you guys? Unlike most vegetation, it's kind of loud for you guys, isn't it? Which can spawn up when you... I can make it a little bit quieter. Unlike most vegetation, which can spawn... How loud is that compared to me? Leah says, what is the goal for today? Anything special? Yes. Is that the same loudness as me? Maybe I'll drop it down one more because I am kind of excited. I try to sound more excited. People always sound like, people are like, are you sad? Because I just talk very chill like. Unlike most vegetation, which can... That seems a bit loud. Unlike most vegetation, which can spawn up when you just bone meal the ground. When it comes to ferns, notice they don't actually appear even in taiga biomes. The image here is a little bit lagging behind, but that doesn't actually come across in YouTube. That's just because as you're playing it, the Vegas program actually needs to render what it sees and then produce an image up here. So if I would add like shading or text or any kind of animation, the program is trying to like figure out exactly how that image is going to like zoom around on your screen in real time, which is really difficult for the computer to do. But surprisingly, it does a decent job, and I only have like an average computer, so. Notice they don't actually appear even in taiga biomes. They appear. So as you can see, these little lines, these are where I took a break in talking and then I started talking again. Here's another one where I took a break and started talking. So we want to make sure that this sounds good, like the transitioning sounds like it's kind of like one sentence. It's not gonna sound perfect, but just so it doesn't sound too weird. Notice they don't actually appear even in taiga biomes when you do this. So this next section, I'm reading off a bunch of statistics. But you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. Normal taiga. So then I show or talk about it. So this piece I just talk about it. What I want to do is then have the images, which are related to me talking about it, to be just above it. So what I'll do is we'll move these images down. And then we will move these up. The idea now is now we have like two different things going on. We have me talking and then we have me showing. And what you try to do is you try to make it look like that I'm showing and talking at the exact same time. So this section of 3 is me showing, and then this section of 3 is me talking. But you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. So the first thing I said is jungle. So this is the footage of me looking at ferns inside of a jungle, as well as old growth taiga. What we'll do is we want that one to line up with the words. The words are first talking about jungles. But you can find ferns naturally inside of But you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. Okay, so now they're released in the right order. We got jungle, taiga, snowy taiga, and then this is the old growth ones. When you do this, but you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas. Looks like there's like a taigas. Like, see how that flashes? That goes black there? That's because these two, look really closely, there's a gap right here between the two of them. You gotta make sure you don't have stuff like that, otherwise that kind of like, that would get pretty annoying. So naturally, you're watching my video and all of a sudden like little black flashes. Inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. There's also a little black space there. As well as old growth taiga. So it looks like we have a little bit extra room, so I'm talking a little bit longer than I'm showing, so I can extend some of these and see if I can make it look a little better. But you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taigas, as well as a little bit slow. Old growth taiga. So that lines up pretty well. See? I stop talking and the image stops. This is kind of like a timeline. So currently, see if I can pull this down a little bit. You guys can't see too much on the right hand side. Make it smaller. There. Okay, so we're currently, that's just a little over 10 seconds worth of video, because we're at 16 seconds. That's why it takes me so long to edit. That's just 16 seconds worth of the video. That's why like a video that's 10 minutes takes hours and hours to do. How long was it earlier? I mean, the whole video is this long, but what I'm saying is that so far we just looked at the first 16 seconds of the video. This is after my editor already removed all the all the blank spaces, like the spaces where I don't talk, or the spaces that aren't related, or me making mistakes. So this is kind of trying to make the video kind of like a story. So I'm trying to explain a couple of points of the video. Obviously, the video is to show the fern farm, but I want to show like why I take these steps in order to make the fern farm. Like first, I start out by saying, hey, we can't just bone mill because bone milling doesn't actually produce ferns on grass. Then I go into, but you can still find ferns, but you can only find them naturally generated. Let's see, make sure I say generated. But you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. I don't say naturally generated, but I guess it can be inferred. So you can use a shears on the naturally generated ferns in order to... Okay, there's a naturally generated. Go. So you can use a shears on the naturally generated ferns in order to get them as an item. Then I can explain how to get them as an item by using the tool. You can also find the large ferns here in the taiga, but when you use shears on them, a little bit of lag there, but it won't be in the final product. But when you use shears on them, they're not going to drop the tall fern item, but instead you'll get just 2 normal ferns. Okay, 2 normal ferns. You can see that kind of sounds a little bit weird because they're actually 2 different or me pausing in between 2 of them. But it probably good as it's gonna get just 2 normal ferns. So those little things like that is things I try to make a video is like, you don't want the video to be any kind of obnoxiousness, because even though the viewers might not recognize what's obnoxious about the video or what's annoying, it will deter them from watching it. 2 normal ferns, but you can have a 18% chance of actually finding the... So right here I talk about 18%, that'd be a good time to put a little text on screen that says like 18%. When it comes to numbers, a lot of times people are really visual with numbers, but visually showing them the numbers would be nice. I don't know if there's any numbers in this whole thing though. Oh, there is some right here. Okay. I just put a marker there. Seagrass farm trick, and then I talk about F3 plus B. Oh, these are... So we'll just drop, I just copied that little text thing and I'll put it over here. Oh, it's thinking now. Hey, Turtle Dan. Wonder why it's thinking. Never really had it be slow at copying and pasting something. My CPU is like at 60%. I don't think that should be. Memory's at 80%, but I still don't think that should really affect this. That's really annoying when you're editing and then like it just freezes like this. Maybe it crashes. But it is good to save quite often. Okay, there, paste it in. I don't know why I was so struggling. So the text is there. Let me just change it so it says so it says what I want to say. I want to say, oh, I have to think again. Might just be getting a little hot. Like the CPU. Could be because I'm streaming, and maybe that's taking up too much CPU. I mean, it doesn't look like it. Like, I look at my, what do they call it? Task manager? It doesn't look that bad. I mean, memory at 74%, can that really be that bad? It really says it's not responding. These files for this video. These are all on my hard drive. The hard drive is currently not going at all. Like it's a zero effort going. Playing a game plus streaming plus video editing is quite intensive. Like, I understand why you say it's intensive, but I just don't see that. I don't see that in my task manager. Okay, 18%. So a little visual like that would be nice. Then we just probably move this to top of the screen and maybe make it a little bigger because some people are watching on phones. I want to make sure it's not in the way of anything important. A little bit. There. Okay. Can I click here again? Looks like I can. Remove that marker, we don't need anymore. Sun Task Manager shows the GPU as not fully used, but certain part of it is fully used. Going into performance, clicking on GPU might show. Okay, so I was looking at CPU, but I guess GPU does have some, about 45% usage. I guess I don't really understand how to read it. Temperature says 58 Celsius. But nothing looks like it's maxed out 100% or anything like that. Okay, can I click back here again, or is it gonna freeze again? Ooh, it does freeze again. Seems like it freezes when I switch. Feel it now. It's thinking right now. All I did was click on my task manager and it came back to this. CPU memory, it says 3 out of 12. Dedicated CPU or GPU is about 3 out of 4 gigabytes. Shared. Well, this is not going to be nice because essentially every time I freeze like this, it means I really can't click off of my editing device. So even if I want to like point something out to you guys or something, then I can't really click on that. Finding the normal ferns, but you can have a 18%. 18 right here. Have a 18% chance of actually finding the large fern item inside of a taiga village. This is the only way you can actually obtain it as an item in survival. You can also find as an item in survival. You can also find the normal ferns here, but it's definitely not worth getting one of these ferns and placing it down, as you can actually get this exact same thing just by placing down a small fern and then just bone milling it. So I show how it's possible to get large ones item in survival. But then I also show how you can get large ones as a block by taking a little one and bone milling it. And that's kind of important. That like progresses the story. So that kind of loops back around to the actual farm. So the farm I'm showing, take a little one, you bone mill it up, get a big one, turning it into a large one. So this is how we're going to farm them up. We're first going to place down the little fern. Let me just check this transition again. We're going to farm them up, turning it into a large one. So this is how we're going to farm them up. don't know if you guys like longer transitions or like really quick transitions between. We're first going to place down the little fern, then we're going to bone mill. Some people have like a couple of seconds of just like pausing in between stuff. Minor crafting. Mill it to a big one. That's the wrong type of miner though, right? Spelling. One. Then we're gonna break it down, turning 1 into 2. So to make our farm, we'll need to have the fern placed down. This can only be done on dirt-like blocks. And once we have a bone mill and we shear it, notice that the items do fall downwards, and we'll want to have them be collected automatically. So we're going to come in here with a... kind of froze there. We're going to come in here with a chest, and we're going to try to... I want to make sure actually... Chest. Show me placing the chest. And we're going to try to pick up any items using this hopper. But there's a problem. You can see that any items that actually land on top of this dirt is not going to get picked up. The image is kind of lagging behind, but it's not that way. Picked up by the when I render it out. Hopper. We can resolve this. Nico, thanks so much for coming in with the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Wow, we've been streaming for 1 hour already? That's crazy. It took me like 50 minutes to get the stream started. We've already been going for 1 hour. So right now I'm like trying to explain why I built the farm the way it did. And then rather than like actually showing the really slow process, which like over many hours it took me to do on stream, I kind of want to just point out the problem and then the solution. Maybe in the future, I'll show like some of the wrong solutions that I did. Do you guys think people would enjoy watching that, like to see some of the struggle, or would they just like me to kind of get to like the correct solution? Nico was last playing some Minecraft. What are we doing in Minecraft? We're doing survival, mini games, building, modded. The hopper. We can resolve this by placing down some farmland there by hoeing it. Now it's slightly shorter and I will pick up the items. But with the new 1.19 mud, it's actually much easier to do this. We don't have to worry about the farmland converting. Mud is actually considered a dirt-like block, and it is also short so that any items that land on top will get automatically picked up. This saves us from having to put a hopper minecart inside of the dirt. Now we are ready for the next part of the farm. We don't want to be manually bone milling this as a player. We want to do this with automation. We don't want to be manually bone milling this as a player. We want to do this with automation. That's that transition was kind of harsh there. We want to do this with automation. That's we want to do this with automation. As a player, we want to do this with automation. That's where we're going to have a dispenser point into where the lower fern is going to be. Yeah. So far it's pretty good. We made pretty good progress. We're about 2 minutes worth of the video. And the video is a little over 10 minutes. So we are, what is that, 2 out of 10? 1/5 the way. Mini games, oh. What type of mini games we're doing? Leah says, would love to see the struggle. Interesting, okay. I'll see how people like this video here. Obviously showing like the struggle, showing like me doing a bunch of wrong ways would make the video longer, which might upset people that are just trying to watch the video for the tutorial. They're just like, hey, come here to see the tutorial how to build it. I don't want to see, after they don't really care about you explaining why you do stuff or the technical thinking behind it. So we'll see how that goes. 2 videos? No, I would not want to do 2 videos. because whichever video is second, it's just not going to get very many views. Where the lower fern's going to be. Okay, so got some pieces here. Let's take a look at these pieces and see where they go. This is just a picture. That's just me breaking. We can delete that. You can see it automatically. Also make sure to save it every once in a while. You can see it automatically turns it to a large one. What? So as a player, we'll have to... Okay, I think there's a piece missing here. Let me just double check. You can see it. You can... Okay. So this is what it looked like unedited. There's a big bunch of tons of different gaps. There's me making tons of mistakes. If we come into this dispenser, so this part was all removed. Hey, Doom, coming with the raid. Thank you. Oh, I did turn my music off. How would you stream, Doom? Welcome in everybody as part of the raid. We get a shout out for Doom. There's a link to it. Playing some Minecraft. What are we doing in Minecraft? Bone milling this as a player. We want to do this. That's where we're going to have where the lower fern's going to be. Okay, so we got this piece completed. Turn my music off. It's not worked. Click. Okay, so this piece was accidentally deleted, but we need that part. It was good, says Doom. What are we doing? We're doing survival, mini games, modded, creative building, some survival. Sweet. Did I click? I clicked on Twitch. Now I clicked back, now it froze once again. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is Wednesday stream, I recorded me actually building up the fern farm and also explaining the different challenges that I ran across during it. Now, all that footage that we recorded, I had my editor take out all the empty spaces, all the blank spaces, and all the repeats, me making mistakes and stuff. Now we're trying to make it like one continuous video. It looks like it's gonna be around 10 minutes, which is good. I wasn't sure if I should do like the fern farm video and the grass one, because we also made a grass item farm. Thought about maybe putting them to one video. But now I think it's better to do individual videos. Going to be. Now if we come into the dispenser, place in some bone meal and actually power this, you can see it automatically turn it into the big one. Okay, so that one works good. You can see it. Okay. I'm just gonna write a note, let them know that they cut out piece. One part that was deleted. Needed for a sentence. Main thing is to make everything sound like a sentence. Oh shoot, I just forgot. I clicked on Discord. Now my Vegas program's gonna have to think for a while. Doom says, do you need anything? Maybe Doom, maybe you can just write this down so I don't have to repeat myself. But I need to find somebody to update my squid, my glow squid. Maybe if you can have a new channel made for like to do stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like my CPU and my GPU isn't really changing, so I don't understand why it's slowing down. It might be a problem with the Vegas. This is Vegas Pro 13. They do have 17, which I could try using, but I ran into so many problems with the newer versions. Oh, it looks like it unfroze and moved it up here. turn it into the big one. You can see it automatically turns it into a large one. Power this, you can see it automatically turn it into the big one. I think that's fine. The second piece is a repeat. You can see it automatically turns it into a large one. You can see it automatically power this. You can see it automatically turns it into a large one. The name they use for this item is a large fern, so that's why I was trying to use the word large instead of big. A large one. So, other than that technical stuff, people will complain in the comments like, oh, you didn't use the right technical term. So as a player, we'll have to still break this down using shears, as if we break it just with pistons, we won't get the items. Okay, so then I kind of explain why we aren't using pistons for shears, because that might be a question that comes up. I'm trying to also answer questions that might come up in the comments, so I don't have to answer those after the fact. And that's why I really like streaming this, because you guys watching the stream will ask questions, and I'd be like, oh, dude, that's a great question to answer for people watching the video. But we run into a problem. Okay, so this, I'm not talking in that portion. We'll remove it. Get the items. But we run into a problem. That is when we break down the large fern. Now, so one thing I wanted to mention is that I did use the word problem a lot in my video. But I'm not sure I could use a synonym. Instead of the word problem, I could use, you know, struggle or something. Hey, welcome back, Doom. Challenge, yeah, that's another word. So I'll see, because here I use the word problem again. That is when we break down the run into a problem. That is, let's go put a marker there. Oh. Easy's gotta head out. Looking forward to the video. Should be a nice one. See how people like it. Thanks, JT, for helping moderate. That is when we break down the large fern. Not only does it break the top, piece, but it also automatically breaks the lower one. So now we need. So now in this part, I'm explaining why breaking the top and lower piece is the exact same thing. Some people might go, what happens if you use your shears on the top piece versus using it on the lower piece to get different results? Thanks for lurking there, Leah. Only does it break the top piece, but it also automatically breaks the lower one. So now we need to find a way to place in the small fern every time we harvest it. But we don't. Does sound a little bit kind of weird. Small fern every time we harvest it, but we don't want to be manually flicking this lever here. So let's go ahead and automate this. Okay. So this part here, I think actually goes in front of this other piece. So now we need to find a way to place in the small fern every time we harvest it. Okay, so then I decided I wanted to show the tutorial on the actual automating bone mill. So a little bit earlier we talked about automating. You'll have to still break this, power this. You can see it. So then I'm talking about automation here. So then I'm gonna automatically turns it into a large one. So as a player, we'll have to still break this down using shears. So right after this, I'm going to show how to actually get the automated part, the bone milling part, and that's what this is part. So this part's actually getting moved over there once we finish. But we don't want to be manually flicking this lever here. So let's. Oh, Resh has 20 hours watched. Nice. Let me know if it works with the command. Once in a while, someone says they have problems, but I don't know if they actually do have problems or they just don't read the proper way to do it. Okay. I might switch the background. Maybe I'll give you guys something a little bit more interesting to look at, in case you don't want to actually watch the editing part. We'll watch my automatic mangrove tree farm at work, because that one's kind of the most interesting one to watch. I'll put it like this. You guys can see that. And then we will hop over here. Should be a pretty good view. You guys can watch the TNT and the exploding parts. New poll. Oh, thanks for doing poll there, Doom. Will you join the vent? Oh yeah, good idea. There's a poll at the top of the stream. If you guys are planning on joining the hide and seek event we have going on tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. You can learn more about it on my Discord, the vet thing. I got a question, Doom. You know how many people actually clicked the event thing on the Discord saying that they would attend? I didn't know that was a thing until I clicked it. 3 yes, 1 no. I guess I can look it up on... Maybe I can look it up on my phone? I'm afraid to click on my computer because the computer's already lagging behind. Oh, 128? Wow. Okay, I was surprised. Like, there's probably more people that seen the event thing. They just didn't click the button. Because I didn't click the button. That's the one that actually clicked the event button, not the announcement button, right? Okay, still loading. Still loading. Let me see if I can actually see it on my phone. Okay, there, loaded up. Oh, it's funny that my mouse also moved. Click on event. Oh yeah, wow, 120 people actually clicked that button. I'm surprised because like clicking the button really doesn't do anything other than it lets us know, you know, who's gonna be attending. That's really impressive. Okay. Go back to editing. You guys can watch the tree farm. But we don't want to be manually flicking this lever here. So let's go ahead and automate this part first. What we're going to do is have an observer clock here. So one observer that's pointing upwards into this dispenser here. This dispenser here. Then we're going to come in. Nice thing about editing, guys, I don't have to talk. I already talked once. And place another observer pointing downwards. This is going to create a clock that's constantly bone milling the fern in front, but it's not wasting bone meal. So I show how to do the clock. I also explain it doesn't waste bone meal, because that's a common thing people ask, like, oh, will it waste bone meal? In the past, that used to waste bone meal, but they've been getting much better at making it so it doesn't waste bone meal for things like that. Now we can have an on and off switch for this clock. We just do that by having a piston like so, that's sticky, and a lever right here. Click that off, you can turn off the contraption. Okay. Flying skill has been following for 2 years, 7 months? Wow. Wait, was your name always Flying Skill or did you change it? And Leah's been following for almost 2 years. Why don't I recognize these names? Did you guys actually change your names? You guys been following longer than Doom. The contraption. So since we can't automatically plant ferns and we can't automatically break them and get the items, these two actions have to be done by the player. Luckily in Java Edition we have the offhand that works for any item, so we can put the ferns over there. Now you right click, it's going to place a fern and the machine's automatically going to bone mill it up. And if you hold the I didn't explain this right click left click thing too much. Oh, the vent or the poll is finished. 1% yes, 1% yeah, 1% no, 1% answer each of them. Change my name twice, but not have been active in chat. I gotcha. Oh, you didn't just watch much. Well, at least you were aware of my streams. A lot of people, I get people that join the stream, they're just like, oh, I didn't know you even streamed. Even though I do link it like in my description, I try to also like put in my pinned comment. I mention like at the end of my videos. There's even like little things that pop up on the screen saying, you know, check me out at Twitch. And even though I do all of that, there's still people that say, huh, I didn't know you streamed. Also send out announcements on my community page. The shears in our right hand, we're going to bone mill it up. And if you hold the shears in our right hand, we could also use the left click to break down those ferns into items. So we can switch between both of these and we can farm up ferns. But this is still not AFK because you have to be manually pushing these two buttons on your mouse. So then I explain why it's not technically AFK yet, because clicking. So then I still didn't explain really. Maybe it's obvious, but I didn't explain how it's possible that your offhand works before your main hand. Do you guys think that's obvious? I know you guys are probably the more technical players because you're watching my stream. You gotta remember, some people watch my videos that never, you know, watched any other videos before. Do you guys think it's obvious that when I hold left or hold right click, that actually uses the fern, which is in my offhand, rather than using the shears? Because people might say, oh, how is it possible to use the offhand with something in your main hand? Because typically that's a little bit harder to do. But maybe they're used to like using torches. Because in Bedrock Edition, can't you use torches in your offhand? I'm looking at the mangrove tree and I noticed that one leaf is in the little hole. I knew that would happen. I didn't know it would stay that long. Oh, I might get confused, but you can use torches in the offhand. Okay. If people are used to using like torches in offhand, even in better conditions, then they probably understand how this works, right? Like you got your pickaxe in your main hand. You're mining, right? You're mining using your what is it? Your left click button? My mouse is vertical, so it doesn't really help me. I have my mouse, my two buttons are up and down. They're on top of each other, so when I say left and right, it kind of confuses me. But anyways, you use your one button, and then I guess you use your right hand, your right click button to place the torch. Oh, you have the dynamic lighting turned on with Optifine, so you can hold the torch and see where you're going. That's pretty cool. I don't know how they do that. Okay, let's continue editing. Pushing these two buttons on your mouse. So let's use the trick that I showed where you hold both right click and left click to both plant and harvest. So if we do this and harvest, add a little bit here. And harvest. So, okay, So I talk about a trick. So usually I will show a video related to the trick. I'm not sure which video to link in this case. Probably a video where offhands came off. Maybe I'll just put a marker here. Maybe I'll do that at the end. Right click and left click to both plant and harvest. So if we do this, you can see it first works, but then all of a sudden the players start. Okay, let's listen to this. You can see it first works, but then all of a sudden the player starts breaking the mud which is underneath. Okay, a little bit hard to tell what's going on because the image doesn't quite match what's going on with the words. You can see it first works, but then all of a sudden if we do this, you can see it first works. But then all of a sudden the player starts breaking the mud which is underneath. I guess maybe I should have showed me actually breaking it. I stopped myself from breaking the actual block. So we need to place the fern up against something that we won't break very fast. So if we place up against the dispenser, we're less likely to break it down. Now we can't click up against the dispenser because we'll just look inside of it. So let's go ahead and place a sturdy stone block over here. You can see that we end up slowly breaking the stone, but we will eventually break it. We need to make sure we don't accidentally destroy our farm. That's the reason why. But we will eventually break it. We need to make sure we don't accidentally destroy our farm. That's the reason why both the left click and right click work in the beginning, but then eventually it just ends up the right click kind of dominating. Sees you point at something, it either has to decide. Okay. Here I'm trying to explain why right and left click works initially, but then don't later on. Dominating. Sees you point at something, either sees you point at something. So what I'm saying here is as soon as you point at something, sees you point at something, but it's hard to hear what I'm saying right there. Sees you point at something, it either has to decide. I think I'm going to re-record that part there. I say, as soon as you point at something, it either has to decide to either has to decide to use the right click button or the left click one. Oh, froze. And or the save it button or the left click one. So now I'm explaining how it switches between the two clicks or the left click one. And every 4 game ticks, it will attempt to try one of them. So by looking away. CPU is reaching like almost max. I've just been checking my stats, checking my task manager. And then looking back at the block, we could then have the game choose a different mouse button. In that case, we can actually get it to, which will cause it to sometimes use the left mouse. Choose a different mouse button. Which will cause it, in that case. Okay, so this is a repeat here, so I'm going to delete that. Let's listen to it. It needs to sound like, it needs to make sense. Inferno says, are you still looking for people to edit down videos to 1 minute? Yes. Yeah. DM me on Discord. Find my Discord channel and just DM me. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun working with viewers. And is that leaf block been there that whole time? Seems like it's not even moving. Yeah, because it's been a lot of fun working on figuring out ways to make fun 1-minute videos. A different mouse button, which will cause it to just try to make this sound decent. Use a different mouse button, which will cause it to sometimes use the left mouse button, which will sometimes cause it to use button, which will cause it different mouse button, which will sometimes cause it to use the right mouse button once again. Okay, that part looks good. So we edited up to 4 minutes. 4 minutes and a half. Entire video is about 10 minutes, or over 10 minutes. We're almost halfway through editing the video. Hopefully the video comes out about 10 minutes, because that's pretty good. You reach 10 minutes videos, then you get the option to put ads at the end of the video, which does help out. And around that 10-minute mark, people also, it's kind of how long they enjoy the videos. Actually, we got a stream bot in chat. Maybe we can ask the viewers what length of videos do they enjoy, or you guys can just type it in chat. Again, and this is the same trick I used in my seagrass farm. Okay, so this is where I talk about my seagrass farm. So I would like to show image there, and then also part of this text there. My seagrass farm. How are we going to make the and this transition is kind of not very good. How are we going to make the player move back and forth without? How are we going to make the I think I need to put a little more space, because like a little bit more. But how are we gonna? But how are we gonna? Let's leave a little bit of space in between these two. Seagrass farm. How are we going to make the player move back and forth? I do kind of like the word but in the front of it. But how are we going to make grass farm? How are we going to make the player move back and forth? It's more of a transition. Right now is used in my seagrass farm. How are we going to make How are we going to make the grass farm. How are we? A little bit too much of a pause. Like my player's not doing anything. It's kind of boring to watch. I used in my seagrass farm. How are we going to make the player move back and forth without actually being? I think we need the butt. What do you guys think? I think the butt would be like a transition kind of. But how we get the player to move back? It might also not go well with it. But we'll try it out, see what it sounds like. Fine. But how are we going to make the player seagrass farm? But how are we going to make doesn't sound quite right. But how Sometimes it's better to re-record it. Doesn't take that long. Fine. But how are we going to make the farm? But how are we going to make the player Want to see if there was any audio that was missing. Sound like I kind of I didn't say the full word. That's fine. But how are we going to make the player move back and forth without actually being here? Because we're trying to make a... Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. It's fine. But how are we going to make the player move back and forth without actually being here? Because we're trying to make a AFK farm, and the last thing we want to do is actually move our cursor back and forth. We could just move this block out of the way, so every once in a while we pull the block out of the way using a piston, and then player would just be aiming out and nothing, and then push it back in and hope we get to have it switch up the mouse buttons. Back in and hope we get to have it switch. Okay, that's a repeat. And then push it back in to have it switch up the mouse buttons. We can also do this with a trapdoor, or we can even have a piston that moves the player up and down so we're not constantly looking at this block. But each of those methods takes redstone. Let's see if we can actually do this without using it by... Okay, so I kind of talked about the problem, ways to overcome it, then my solution. So I do talk about some alternative solutions. I don't really show them. Moving the player with bubble columns. So if we just place down a soul sand block down here, and if listen to this transition without using it by moving the player with bubble columns. So if we just place down a soul sand block down here, and if we make a little teeny water source right beside it, we can come in and have bubble columns, so when the player stands inside them, he'll be bouncing up and down, all without having to using redstone. Up and down. This is all one sentence, so this together. Up and down, all without having to use... Sounds a little bit broken. Up and down, all without having to using... Up and down, all without having to using redstone. So now if you hold right click and left, so now we're actually operating the farm. Left click, you can see that we can have the system automatically reset so we can continue farming. You guys might notice that there is still a... Now we're transitioning to a new topic, continue farming. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. Sometimes we're just planting the fern in, and as soon as we plant it... Okay, so there's a piece, there's a duplicate here. Fern in, and as soon... The fern in, and as soon as we... Well, planting the fern... Sometimes we're just planting the fern in, and as soon as we use the word in like twice, kind of confusing. I think I can remove this part here. The fern, without giving it time to actually grow. Just planting the fern, without giving it. Oh, what the heck is going on here? Wait, there's another piece in here? Oh, what the heck? The fern, without giving it time to... I make it sound kind of like a sentence. We're just planting the fern, without giving it time to actually grow. I think I said without giving it? Without giving it time to... It's so hard to hear me there. Holy mothers. Without giving it time... You might want to re-record that part because I don't think people are going to understand that word. Without the fern, without giving it time. I'll mark that as well. without giving it time to actually grow to a large one. This is because I'm constantly actually aiming at this lower block here. As soon as I plant it, hey Fed, this lower block here. As soon as I plant it in, I could accidentally break it before it grows into a big one. Okay. And this one is just me showing how it works. Save it. So we're currently over 5 minutes. We're 5 minutes 40 seconds worth of editing, and the video is getting close to 10 minutes. As I'm like removing pieces, you notice how the video is getting a little bit shorter. Grows into a big one. Now this is where we have to use the hitbox sizes. But there's a little bit of space in there. It's good to leave a little bit of, like pause areas, because if you just constantly talk, people becomes like annoying. A big one. Now this is where we have to use the maybe a little bit longer but more transition. Like this. Goes into a big one. Now this is where we have to use the hitbox sizes. Notice that when we plant in a little fern, the hitbox is smaller than the actual lower block down below. But when we come in and it gets bone meal, all of a sudden it becomes wider. Now it's the exact same width as the block below. So if we came in here and aimed right here, we planted in a fern. Notice that if we would try to break it, we're not actually breaking the fern because the hitbox is over here. But once they grow, I make sure I use the right word. Hitbox. Hitbox. It's not really the hitbox. It's more the collision box. But I guess you could consider it a hitbox. Well, maybe it is a hitbox. It's a box which you can hit in order for it to break. Grows up. Now we're inside the hitbox. If we go ahead and break it, we would automatically... A little bit of pause here. Would automatically harvest it without having to worry about prematurely harvesting the little one. So if we hop back here in our bubble columns, we are kind of moving all over the place. Sometimes we're aiming at the little one, sometimes we're aiming at the block, sometimes we're aiming at the air below, and sometimes we're aiming at the air beyond. So, okay, so there's a repeat in here. You might have heard that. Sometimes we're aiming at the air block, sometimes aiming at the block, and sometimes we're aiming at the air beyond. So what we need to do is we need to make it so the player is not moving so much and keep the player. So we're gonna come in and place a, okay, there's something missing here. I think maybe we can just remove this. One thing you don't want to really do is you don't want to repeat yourself too much, because people don't like that. If like they want to have it repeated, they would probably just watch the video over again or backtrack it. So much. So we're gonna come in and place a block just over. So I think I can do like a little bit of a pause area here. Maybe. Moving so much. Transitioning. So we're gonna come in and a little bit of a pause. Not sure the actual building. Place a block just over top like this. So now if we stand, so I show the block. So I'm kind of explaining why that block is there. Top like this. So now if we stand between the water and the glass block, our head will bounce off of it and we won't move Not really bouncing off of it, we're bumping against it. Off of it, and we won't move so sporadically. Now you can see we're easily able to aim just at the stone and the air beyond it. And since we're using the mud block, which is actually smaller. Okay, so some of this text doesn't go here. Did I? We haven't did the F3 plus B thing yet, so I don't think that actually goes here. And since we're using the mud block, which is actually smaller than a normal block, if we do F3, oh, here's F3 B part right now. 3 and B. Okay, let's put that piece back. If we do F3 and B, we can see that the player is still touching the water, which wouldn't work if we were standing on a full block like this glass over here. And so I kind of explained the solid or full meter high block versus the mud block. Now if we go ahead and turn it on, we can see that I'm going to show the two different types. Do a little pause here. Glass over here. Now if we go ahead and turn it on, we can do a bit more of a over here. Now if we go ahead and turn it on, we can see that we're able to place and harvest very very easily. And now we run into another, and then I'll probably show a little bit of this a little bit of the machine working here before we talk about the next subject. PAX says, I think they will announce azalea wood type at MC Live. I think if they were going to do that, they would have just did that in the initial update. Oh, is that a bee? I think a bee just got killed or something. I just seen something take some damage. Turn red. It would probably just upset people if they just all of a sudden came in with the azalea wood type, because there's like really no reason for them to postpone it. Okay, so we currently have edited 7 minutes worth of the video. The video is about 10 minutes long, so we only got 3 minutes left. Hey Speed, welcome back. Okay, so we talk about the next problem. We can see that we're able to place and harvest very easily. I think we can probably do a pretty decent pause here. I think it better to put pauses in my videos so it sounds more natural, not just me like rambling for 30 minutes. Very easily. And now we run into another problem. I'll use the word problem again. You might want to avoid. We might come back in and re-record that. I never thought that maybe using the word problem sounded too negative all the time. But I was also just trying to do something a little different and show like the actual struggle of designing the farm. But maybe I can do that without using the same word over and over again. Max says in his ideal world there exists azalea wood. I mean, you could always get a, texture pack or make a mod that makes a wood. Jake says, what are you doing? We're doing a few different things. In the background, we're just watching my automatic mangrove tree farm working. It's kind of fun to watch it work and produce items and collect items and blow up and all that good stuff. And then on the right hand side, I'm editing down the video. I was hoping to get this video out tomorrow, Saturday, which is pretty soon considering I just kind of got started working on it. But it's going to be kind of a shorter video. Personally, I do like the shorter videos because you don't have to dedicate so much time in order to get something out. Looks like my internet dropped for a second. So no, my bonus on. Okay. Let me know if my stream pops back up, I guess. Problem. That is, items are falling all about this place. So let's come in and place in some blocks so that items don't fly out. On this side, don't fly out. On this side where we have the water, we can't just completely block it off, otherwise the player won't be able to actually bob in it. But we can come in with something that is slightly smaller so that the player has a little bit of themselves touching the water and they'll actually bob in it. You guys hear the stream back up again? We also can't just and they'll actually bob in it. Okay, put a little bit of pause here. Bob in it. We also can't just. Anybody tell me if the stream is up? Just place a block on this side, otherwise we won't have that air which we need to reset the player's clicking. So instead we'll... Okay, thanks, Tommy Speed. We'll try to block the majority of this up just by putting a chest in there. I think it's kind of funny. We watched during my recording, this Enderman walks around with this block in sand. So I'm sure people will find that funny in the video. They'll probably mention it in the comments. We can still aim right through this little hole right over here. Let's also place another chest on top of this one, and that way we pretty much block off any area for the items to fly about, and they should all end up on top of this mud, which will get picked up and placed into the chest over there. Now, one thing I don't mention is how items can get stuck on this ledge here, but then they get picked up by the player and they get put in the offhand. So it's kind of a minor detail. No one will probably really notice it, and it doesn't really... it's not a problem because it fixes itself. There. But now we have another problem. Do a little bit of pause here. Just over there. But now we have another problem. That is, I use the word problem again. Problem. That is, how do we actually get inside the farm? So on this side we can actually come in and place in a slab there and remove those 2 blocks there and remove those 2 blocks, then stand slab there and remove those 2 blocks in and place in a slab there and remove those 2 blocks, then stand. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Stand with our back towards where we want the door to be placed, and if we click, the door is going to be placed just so. Looks good. So it will block it just like that, but we can move in and out. So it will block it just like that. But we can move in and out. I'm saying the word but here, but it's difficult to hear me. But we can just like that. Might as well just remove this. Just so it will block it, just like that. Now the next problem we run into is this. Use the word problem again. This dispenser can only hold so much bone meal. So if we want to automatically refill, we need to place in some hoppers. So if a little bit of excess. So if we want so if we want to, you can place a hopper on this side as well as on this side. And then you can use these chests over here to actually be part of the system, which is going to fill it up with bone meal. And this is where you can place in the bone meal that comes from any of your different farms. If you want to see all the different types of farms that can produce tons of this, check out this playlist here. Check out the playlist and mark that. I would recommend using my moss block farm. Talk about the moss block farm, so I'm gonna also add that image, and there's also text along with that. And then we could just finish up by block farm. A bit of a pause here. And then we could just finish up by placing the lever just over here to turn the farm on. We're talking, let's stop. Lever just over here to turn the farm on and off. Now let's go ahead and give it a go. Let's do a little pause here. And off. So during this transition, it kind of, people are watching it transition, so they're not so bored. Like they're actually watching something happen versus me not talking. Now let's go ahead and give it a go. We're also 8 minutes and 3/4. Let's go ahead and give it a go. We just stand in this corner over here, and we aim kind of at the top of this stone over here, and we hold right click and left click, and we can slightly move our cursor around. Okay, and a left click, and we can slightly move our cursor. Okay, there's a little bit of a clicking noise here. I might have to re-record that part, or have to figure out what the clicking is and remove that. And a left click, and we can slightly move our cursor around to get cursor around to get move our I think it's this right here. If we just cut this out, move our cursor around. We can slightly move our cursor around. Like you can't even notice I actually removed a part of the word. Also with the word or with the click noise on it, but it sounds normal. We can slightly move our cursor around to get move our cursor. I think there's still a bit of it still in there. We can slightly move our cursor around to get a left click. We can slightly move our cursor around to get ideal location. Yeah, I don't think there's enough to really notice though. Around to get ideal location, which is having it. Now I'm going to kind of explain where you need to aim. So you can't aim right here, but I'm going to explain how most of it down here. To get ideal location, which is having it so the player is mostly aiming at the stone and then just barely aiming above the stone. But you can see we run into another problem. Mostly aiming at the stone and then just barely aiming above the stone. But you can see we run into another problem. Use the word problem again. Past the 9-minute mark, so that means about 1 minute left of editing. A little bit over. We run into another problem. That is actually the player problem. That is actually the player shears will eventually break. Now a normal set of shears will shears will eventually break. Player Sounds like something got cut there. Here. Oh, okay. Actually, the player shears will eventually break. So now it's kind of nice because like I don't have to like abruptly talk about the next thing. It kind of just happens, like the shear break, and then that gives me opportunity to talk about how we can try to solve the shear breaking problem. I kind of like that where it smoothly transitions between different topics. Will eventually break. Now a normal set of shears will have 238 durability. So for every fern that you break, you're going to lose 1 durability. You could add unbreaking onto this, which will make it last 4 times as long, as well as mending enchantment, which you could use to repair it. But it could be a bit risky because if you AFK a bit too long, you could still end up breaking your shears. Yeah, I think that'd be cool if they came with an enchantment that makes it can't actually use the last durability, kind of like Elytra's. So like Elytra's, you know how they never actually vanish. Because they're in snapshot, people got really upset. They're like, oh my goodness, you know, you go through all this work to get Elytra, you can't craft it, and then it just happens to accidentally break. Of course, people are trying to get the most out of their tools and stuff. Shears. Alternatively, you can just use. Okay, they're talking about something else. End up breaking your shears. Alternatively, you can just use some iron to make several pairs of shears and switch between them when needed. Not easy to automatically give the player when needed. Not easy to automatically give. Right here I'm saying it's not easy, but it just, you don't hear the word it's. Not easy. It says not easy. It's not easy. Between them when needed. Sometimes if the words are really soft, they don't get picked up in recording. Or it could be when I'm just starting the talk. I don't put enough emphasis so it doesn't get picked up. When needed. Not easy to automatically give the player a new pair of shears. This doesn't make a lot of sense. It just says not easy. I think we're going to re-record this part. When needed. Not easy to automatically give the player a new pair of shears because I'll explain why we can't replenish the shears. Because the ferns that the player collects will then just fill up the slot where the shears are supposed to go into. Ferns can be used as a... Okay, so this part, when I came back and I started recording different parts, these are for the beginning of the video. I don't want to put them over there because when I try to move them over there, there's going to mess up all my little markers. Ferns can be used as a vegetational decoration, and with bone meal you can get the big ones. But I kind of mentioned the bone milling getting big ones twice, which is not good. It's not good to repeat yourself. But I'm actually trying to mention something different. Mention like, oh, if you want to get the big ones as decoration, you don't actually need to get the big items. You can just get little ones and then bone mill them. You could also have a flower pot and place them inside of that for some lovely decoration. I use the word decoration twice. This can be used as a vegetational decoration, and with bone meal you can get the big ones. You could also have a flower pot and place them inside of that for some lovely decoration. Yeah, it's kind of use the word decoration twice. Inside of that, I'm on a quest to create an automatic farm. Here's some more intro stuff. I'm on a quest to create an automatic farm for everything in Minecraft. Hello there, Ray here, and farming up ferns is not easy to do. Okay, so we're gonna... These are little pieces I want to be for the intro. This is really supposed to be like interesting, grab people's attention, get them excited. Also let them know about my Farm Everything series. That's kind of the point of this intro. Maybe fast paced, that kind of thing. I'm on a I don't really want to leave much emptiness. As soon as the video plays, you kind of want to get to the point. I'm on a quest to create an automatic farm for everything in Minecraft. There's a bit of a pause here. Minecraft. Minecraft. Hello there, Ray here, and farming up ferns is not easy to do. Okay, so then I do my little intro thing. I do my intro thing in the beginning. It's best to start out with something really important. Otherwise, people just click off your video. So I think I'm going to try to move my intro a little bit further in the video. I see other YouTubers doing that too. First of all, I really don't have much of an intro. I just say my name. I'm on a quest to... I do try to say my name so that people recognize. Because sometimes... You know how sometimes it is? Like, you'll watch someone's video and they'll like doing a tutorial. And you'll have no clue who's the person actually doing it. Like, you won't actually look at the channel name. You know, you're just there to learn how to do this tutorial, right? And by saying the name, it can like stick in people's mind without them like putting effort into like trying to memorize the name. I just say hello there, Ray here, even though my YouTube name is Ray's Works. I'm on a quest to create an automatic farm for everything in Minecraft. Hello there, Ray here, and farming up ferns is not easy to do. And then I kind of go right into the problem. Kind of like the catch, like what gets people interested in saying, okay, farming up ferns is not easy to do. And people are like, oh, really? And they start thinking about like, oh, okay. They're kind of curious. Like, you want people to be curious. Hey, CyberPro. This is good luck. Thank you. So far, it's going really good. I think, in general, this is a really easy farm for me to do. So it's really easy for me to talk about it. It uses relatively simple mechanics so people can kind of understand it. Plus, it also has some unique mechanics which gets people curious about it. But I think, in general, people will enjoy this. House Chicken's here. Hey, House Chicken. Sunday's coming up. We'll be doing Ray's Grid. Hope to see you on there. Easy to do. Check out how I'm designing a farm. Okay, and this is my outro. Farm for everything. In this playlist here or in the document link below. Or check out this one on all the ways to get tons of bone meal. And we're getting Okay. We're getting really close. We only got a few seconds left to edit this. Okay, I'm going to grab some more water. And while I do that, you guys can make sure to follow me on other social links, and also we'll play an ad for people that aren't subbed to me. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Hopefully I gave you guys time to follow me on all those other links there. Didn't notice that those little chest things pop up on screen. I wonder if I should have those removed. Might be kind of distracting. Okay. Go ahead and turn it off there. Oh, actually, wait, let me turn on my recorder first. Because we're going to have to record some next pieces. I want to re-record those parts that we talked about. Okay. So I'll probably try not to use the word problem so much. And then we'll come in and a couple of other ones that couldn't really hear what was going on, that kind of thing. We'll record those. And then there's a few places where I would like to put in some images. Can't remember what was the first video where I showed how you can use right and left click buttons at the same time. It hasn't been around that time where they added the offhand. Does anybody know what version the offhand worked in Java Edition? Maybe someone can look that up on the Wikipedia. Check out how I'm designing a farm for everything in this playlist. Everything. 1.9, okay. Everything in this playlist here or in the thing in this playlist here or in the document link below, or check out this one on all the ways to get tons of bone meal. And we're getting ever closer to 400,000 subscribers, and thanks to each of you who've hit the subscribe button, as I can see who is subscribed and who isn't in my comments. Thanks for leaving a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. There's my outro. Let's see how long it is. Kind of needs to be 20 seconds. So, ooh. Is it really? No, it's not 33 seconds, is it? Hmm. 19 seconds, okay. Oh, it's funny when I scrunch this, it loses that information. Alrighty. 19 seconds, that's pretty good. Have a good one, Alt key. Who is subscribed and who isn't in my comments. Thanks. Comments. Thanks for leaving a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Looks pretty good. We got a few markers. These are parts I need to kind of tidy up. Currently the video is slightly, looks like it'll be like a little bit over 10 minutes. That's okay. 10 minutes is the goal. So we should be able to record those little bits. And then we can put those in there. It should sound amazing. Let's start in the beginning. Oh yeah, I need to move these pieces around. Okay, I did not do that. We won't get the items. Here's as if we break it just with pistons, we won't get the items. But we run into a problem that is. Okay, so here to talk about problem. What should I use for the word problem? Get the items. But we run into a problem that is when we break down the. Oh, I think it might be the first time I say problem. Could leave that one in. Well, no, I think I said problem before this. To a problem. But we run into a problem. Okay, we need a thesaurus. What's another word we can use for the word problem? Problem. Problem. Synonym. Issue. Oh, issue is another one. Trouble. We run into some trouble. Worry. Complications. Difficult situation. Mess. Muddle. Nag. Hitch. Drawback. Stumble. Hurdle. Okay. We can use that. One of these words each time. But we run into a problem that. But we run into an issue. We'll just say that. Should be able to record this and just get rid of the background noise. Okay, like record this. But we run into an issue. Record that bit. To a problem that is right where it pauses, we'll splice it and then we will mute this and then put the new piece in here. Go to the next part. Right click and left click to both plant and harvest. So if we do this, you can see these two buttons on your mouse. So let's use the trick that I showed where you hold both right click and left. Okay, so right click, left click. We're gonna have to get an image for that. Like I said, I don't know which video of mine would most represent the right click, left click. Used it in a few places. Probably whatever farm was around 1.9. Oh, I know what farm. 1.9. That means what's it called? Coral? Chorus? Coral? Not coral. Chorus. Chorus fruit. Chorus plant farm. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to look up put that video there. Because that's where I show you can use right click and left click to plant and harvest. Left click to both plant and. Did anybody confirm that 1.9 is the version where they came out with offhands in Java? So I could do that. Appreciate it. And left click to both plant and. Okay, let's go to the next one. We'll do all the recordings first, and then we'll come in and we'll put them in and edit it later. sees you point at something, it either has to decide to use the right click button or the left to work in the beginning, but then eventually it just ends up the right click kind of dominating. Sees you point at something, it either has to decide to use the right click. Okay, so this one I'm missing some words. Sees you point at something, kind of dominating. Sees you point at something in the beginning, but then eventually it just ends up the right click kind of dominating. Sees you point at something, it either has to decide. I think I should say because as soon as you point at something, dominating. Sees you point at. It talks kind of slur my words. I can't really understand it. I do feel bad because like non-English speakers, they would probably really struggle to understand what I'm saying. Because as soon as you point at something, okay, so we recorded that bit. The next one I used in my seagrass farm. So this has to do with my seagrass farm. So we need to get the image of the seagrass farm for this one. But how are we going to make the player move back and forth without actually the fern, without giving it time to actually grow to a large one? This is because I'm constantly actually. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. I said the word problem again. So this time we'll use a different synonym. Offhand is 1.9, thank God, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my chorus farm was the first one that used that. But we run into trouble. We run into a snag. All these words would work good. Is still a problem. You might notice that there is still a problem. There's still a obstacle. The hurdle. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. There is still a hiccup. Maybe I'll use that word. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. You guys might know that there is still a hiccup. Doesn't quite sound right. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. Still a difficulty. Still a trouble. I notice that there is still a trouble. Still a worry. Complication. Still a complication. Might use the word hiccup here. You guys might notice that there is still a problem. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. I don't know if that makes much sense. For like the non-English speaking. If not the best to write down, then you are going to say for the entire video. That way, also grammar check it. I try not to do that, Godly. That's called scripting. Try not to script my videos. Because one of the reasons why I got into making YouTube videos is to be better at fluent speaking. I already used the word issue, so I was trying to switch it up. Also could say there's a hiccup in the system. And I think it's a hiccup going on. Hiccup going on. There's a hiccup going on. I don't have too much problems with like not being sure what I'm gonna say kind of thing. A lot of times I'll just talk and then I'll just stop and think a little while and talk some more. And it does save me from having to type it all out. For me, I think it's easier to just do a couple takes, like a couple of different repeats of what I'm saying. And then use whichever one sounds good, or come in and just re-record. Guys might notice that there's still a hiccup going on. Then I continue to explain it. Sometimes we're just planting the fern without giving it time. I guess it don't really matter. I think that'll be fine. We'll use the word hiccup there, and then what's the next one? That is, items are falling. But now we run into another problem. That I had to find a different word for problem. Now we run into another difficulty. Now we run into another problem. But now we run into another difficulty. Run into another problem. That is, items are falling. Oh, smoked my keyboard. Run into another problem. That is. Okay. Recorded that one. So what's the next one? Now we have another problem. That is. Got a lot of problems. Scooter says, "What are you doing?" My bot automatically responded. So what do we do here? Now we have another problem. That is. Now we have a different trouble. Now we have some other trouble. Snag is another word. Now we have another problem. Now we got another problem. Is that actually right grammar? Now we have another problem. Now we have another. Now we have something else to deal with. Oh, that's a good one, Godly. And now we have another problem. But now we have something else to deal with. Yeah, I'm not very creative when it comes to grammar. I literally just look up synonyms and then try to use them. Yeah, we did use the word issue already. Okay, just like that. Now the next problem we run into is the word problem again. I can use the word hurdle here. Now the next problem we run into is now the next hurdle we have to overcome is now the next hurdle we have to overcome. Got that one. Tons of this. Check out this playlist here. Okay, those are two playlists. But you can see we run into another problem. Oh, we got another problem, guys. We got another problem. We already used both issue and problem. Yeah, we also use maybe obstacle instead of hurdle. We can use it for this one. But you can see we run into another problem. But we got some trouble here. You can see we got some trouble here. But you can see we run into another problem. But you can see we got some trouble here. Okay, we're going to use every word in the thesaurus. Not easy to automatically give the player a new pair of shears because and switch between them when needed. Not easy to automatically give. Oh, this is where I'm missing some words. And switch between them when needed. Not easy to. Now it's not easy. Not easy to. Now it's not easy. I think that was the last one. The rates the farm. That's something I need to still do. The rates the farm. Anything else? How much bone meal it uses? Those sort of things. Okay, let's put those clips I recorded. We'll put them over here at the end over here. I also write this in my notes. Rates, bone meal usage. Yeah, main thing. Okay. Throw those thingy-majiggies in there. Thingy-majiggy is the perfect word. We're gonna drop them right. Wait, that doesn't line up quite right. No. We'll drop them and see if it works. No, it didn't work properly. Whatever. We'll fix that in a bit. Okay, so what else we need? I need a screenshot of my bone meal playlist, which I might get a new screenshot out because I think my old one is kind of ugly. My screenshot of my bone meal playlist. I'll grab that. I have 15 different farms, which are all in the playlist. Because if we got a stream mod here, we could do a poll asking how many guys actually use my playlist. So, bone meal play. Oh, I actually do have a screenshot already. Okay. Okay, I want that. Another one I want is the bone meal farm, which I talk about. I believe I do have that video already saved. Okay, so bone meal farm list, playlist. I actually do like this other picture. We will put those pictures. Drop them in here. We'll move around to proper location in a second. And then I also need a picture of my chorus, which I'm not sure if I have that. No, I don't have it. What else were they talked about? Oh, seagrass farm. Seagrass. Got sea pickle. I'll have to grab these images. What I do is I just go back to my old videos and Actually just grab the images that I used in those videos. So, do I have my sea? No, I don't have it. Not sea pickle, seagrass. Seagrass. So I use the same setup as my seagrass. Oh, wait, that's not the right one, is it? I'm gonna play it.
Here, you stand up on top of this bottom slab. Then you have the shears in your main hand and bone meal in your offhand. And then the new bone meal will
Sounds
refill
like
it.
a stuffy
Aim up
note.
this trap door here. You hold down right click to plant. Then you also hold down left click, and then you can put some weights on these. This will allow you to be able.
So this is one of my seagrass farms, but I don't think it's the first one. I think this one I compacted it down a bit. What? It looks like it is the first one. I'm so confused. Oh, it's wait, 8. There's 8 of them. Okay, those weren't being showed. Okay, so my first one was back in 2018, Seagrass Farm, and then I updated it in, well, a month later. February, March, April, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the screenshot off of that. Yeah, cool thing is like I can actually download more videos and also grab the images. Save image as, I'm gonna call it Seagrass, and we'll save it. Need that, and what's the other one I need? The chorus. I need to find one of my chorus farms. Probably my first one, chorus. First chorus farm. It's actually pretty crazy. I don't know if you've seen it. Actually, use a skeleton to detect the chorus plant. And the other ones I just use time. Maybe I should play it for you guys. You guys can see some old school technology, technical Minecraft back in the day. Okay, so here is my old chorus fruit farm. Did you guys see that? This is how it works. Plants it, and then you get further away and you break the... I don't know. I don't know if I use offhand. I don't think I use offhand in this one. Maybe the next one. What? Why would I even? I guess maybe I don't even use the offhand because you don't really use a tool for this one. So maybe I don't. I don't think maybe I use it at all at the chorus farm. Because you're using the same. You're breaking it with your fist. You don't need a tool, and you're just placing it. So maybe this isn't a good example, but it's pretty funny. Let me check. What other farms? Let me just check this one. So this is another version of my course farm, but also I think I just use one hand. Well, wonder what video did I show that you can use offhand and main hand kind of simultaneously? This was 1.9. It's a few years ago. Twitter has been following, wow, for a year and 4 months. That's impressive. One dot nine, pretty old. I feel like 1.9 was just not too long ago. I didn't start doing Snapchat review videos until 1.13. So everything before that, I mostly just showed farms and stuff. Farms and different cool tricks. Wow, I show my spider farm the same time. Show my endstone farm. One at 9, there was a lot of. I mean, 1.9 was pretty big for tactical Minecraft. Because I made a dragon farm, XP farm, different ways to farm dragon eggs, ender crystal farms. Oh, maybe my blaze farm. The blaze, because the offhand, I think the shields also come off the time, I think, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna load up the blaze farm. I know that one of them uses 2 hands, but I'm not sure which one it is. What else? Oh, silverfish, AFK silverfish farm. Okay, let me figure out when this actually begins. The automatic repairing system. Showed how you can load the end dimension, the nether dimension. Base voids. 1.9 brought the shulkers too, so the shulkers are there. Maybe I should just figure out what was the actually. Let's just look up the exact time, the exact date which offhands came into the game. Then I could just use the date to figure out which video to look up. Scooter is asking, what is everybody's favorite car? I don't really have a favorite car. I guess one that works. Offhand. Oh, dual welding? Is that what it's called? Huh. Did not even know that. Wither skeleton farm. Do I use my offhand my wither skeleton farm? What would I use that for? place a soul sand? I don't know. I know they use my offhand. That was before this. Anyways. When did this come? History. Okay. Both hands to hold. 1.9. So, dual wielding fish. And then the short tweet about it added dual wielding. So, dual wielding was introduced in the snapshot. Then that snapshot came out on July 29th. Okay, so if I go back to my videos and I look for July 29th. Oh, July. Okay, I was looking too old. Well, they came out with the shulkers before they came out with the offhands. 29th. No. 2015. Oh, I'm off by a whole year. July of 2015. Yeah, July. Okay, July 29, 2015. Okay, so I found it. So the first thing I did actually was the course flower farm, fruit farm. That was actually the video that I put out the exact same day it came out. Okay. What else? It doesn't use offhand though. Came out some more course fruit farms. I did some other stuff related to older versions. I did show my wither grave. My wither grave farm. Which I don't believe. I think that was made for older versions. I think maybe got the infinitely automatic snowball farm, but I think that uses mending. I don't think I use the offhand in that. Let's just look at it. Okay, so this is it. It looks like I'm just using my main hand. I think this was mostly just talking about the mending and how we can use mending to create infinitely automatic farms. This is kind of the big start to making farms that weren't infinitely automatic to those that can be. This is my snowball farm. I can bet you get a lot of snowballs because I'm mining it up. It looks pretty cool. But yeah, I didn't use offhand there. What else? Obsidian farm with withers, villager. Auto dragon killer. A beacon farm. Might be infinite repairing system. That might use the offhand. This is the repairing system. Let's see. A picture of me actually doing it. Back then when I made videos, I didn't always get to the point right away. Oh, maybe I don't use offhand. Looks like I just right clicking. Okay. And then after that is my brewing stand, bedrock breaking, infinitely automatic AFK blaze farm. That might be the first one. Hey, blocked or the bio. I remember, I think I recorded this on my laptop or something. Like all my first videos record on my laptop, but no, I couldn't record on my laptop. My laptop crashed, so I think I recorded this on one of our old family computers. And that's why it's so dark. But this might not use offhand either. I think this uses a shield. This is where if you got hit by something using a shield, the dog would attack. And I think they might have changed this. Somewhere they changed it, but then maybe they changed it back. Hey, Click MC. Pretty cool. It's a way to get blaze rods while AFK as a player. Yeah, I don't think this also uses offhand. Show the thorns trick. Thorns an offhand trick. Also my sandception video, which no one has figured out yet. Thorns an offhand. I mean, it's using the offhand, but I think actually one of the first videos is my AFK silverfish farm. Because that one I'm using offhand, but I don't know, not really using. Kind of funny, but see, I got right click. I'm trying to right click eat food with the main hand, and I got thorns in the offhand. And the thorns actually worked, and then I'm also sprinting. Am I sprinting? I think I am. Well, I started getting better where I showed like exactly what I'm doing right away. If you need help with something, Bio, you can ask in my help channel on Discord. Hmm. Still doesn't really illustrate the right click, left click options. Dual Blaze Farm. Let's look at that one. Maybe it was this. Might have been this video that I recorded on my old computer. That's why the render distance is so low. Did I have Optifine or something? Oh yeah, this one. See how jittery it is? This was recorded on my family computer. It was like really laggy and stuff. I think this one uses the looting sword. Still not a very good example because I'm not actually using the weapon, I'm just using the offhand. I don't know. I'm eating food and then I'm just holding the looting sword. Looting sword has to be in the main hand. Yeah, I remember recording this. It was so bad. I think it's right when my laptop crashed and into smithereens. I think I just had, was it the CPU? No, I think the hard drive crashed. A new hard drive. Well, I'm not sure which would be a good example. The right click, left click. Right click, left click. Maybe the video is an arrow slowness video. Once again, this is not necessarily actually me using a main hand, because I'm not actually swinging at these. I'm just using the offhand. So not really a good example of that. Because you only really use this in very rare circumstances where you have to, first of all, even have the player, then use not only your main hand, but also your offhand. Let's see how I actually click with both of them. wonder if it actually worked. Did the offhand? What was it? It probably worked the same way it did in the very beginning when it released it. I think I used it in my seagrass farm, but that's more recent. Don't see too many good examples. I think we're coming up onto the seagrass farm. Might be a decent example of it. Okay, I think I'll just use the seagrass farm image for that. Probably was some other one, but I can't really think of it. Just been scrolling through my videos. We got the two bone meal ones. We got the seagrass one. We're gonna use seagrass one for the other one. There was one other one that I forgot. Maybe there's not. I can't think of anything else. Go Salmon says, my favorite game is Minecraft. Are you good at redstone? Yeah, I was given the title of ranked 1 redstone engineer for all of Minecraft by my peers. So yeah, not only do people say I'm good at redstone, but also my peers say I'm good at redstone. Is there anything else I'm supposed to grab for the... We've recorded the bits, we got the images. There's something else I'm supposed to do. Oh, get the rates of the farm. Okay. Yeah, that's... I have no clue what the rates are going to be. How can we figure this out? I mean, pretty much we know we're going to use one bone meal for every fern, so we don't need to figure out bone meal and fern usage. We just need to see like how many ferns end up here. And we gotta make sure we don't pop up any inventory spaces. And I guess we'll start with 1 stack and offhand. That should be good. And we need to time it. Might be a little bit hard. Just need to get a rough estimation. Doesn't have to be perfect, just so people know what they can expect. let's get my clock out. Stopwatch. And 200. Oh, what the heck is this? I don't know how fast it goes through durability. Maybe we can last 1 minute. We'll see. Let's start it. Okay. There's about 25 seconds to get the sweet spot. We do a 1 minute test. It looks like the shears will hold up. Okay. Stop it. We picked up all the items. How did we get bone meal in here? Oh, I put down a bone meal chest. Okay. Well, we can still see what we got. We got 2 stacks and 40 in 1 minute. So if we just do some rough math, 64 plus 64 plus, is it 44? 41? 41 equals times 60. So about 10,000. 10,000 ferns per hour. Means it costs 10,000 bone meal per hour. So I guess I can record that part now. A lot of times people ask, what are the rates? I do try to put them in my video, but sometimes people don't watch the whole video, so they miss it. But I also try to put it in the description in case people read that. Do 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 do. Okay, so record that bit. I can record it right here. It's okay if music is playing. I guess I should have recorded it when I was actually doing it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just push record. Oh shoot. Now if you once do get the sweet spot for planting and breaking, you can get as much as 10,000 items per hour, and you can get as much as 10,000 ferns per hour, which will also cost you 10,000 bone meal. Okay, so I record that. I do all the recording because oh, broke the door. Yeah, because Sony Vegas is lagging every time I switch back and forth. So try not to switch too much. Anything else I need to do before I switch back again? I think I got most of it all there. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Probably like forget to mention, like tell people to subscribe. Oh, stuff like make sure to mention me, roll download, all that kind of stuff. How should I do that? How should I add in the part where ask people to subscribe? Maybe say something like, we're almost there, so make sure to hit the subscribe button. We'll give it a try. Okay, we're almost there, so make sure to leave a like and hit the subscribe button. Or did I say something about subscribing in the actual video? I think I said at the very end I said that. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to say it twice. What else? What else? Talk about subscribe, talk about like. Oh yeah, mention people use it. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms. As that is the only way I get recognition. Something like that. Okay, so I think we kind of covered the main things. I'll put up little, what do they call them? Little text talking about, like this is for Java Edition. Wow, went through all the bone meal. Should work in bedrock edition, right? I would like to have something that could come in and like test my designs and see if they work in bedrock edition or not. Prior to me releasing the video. I don't know, I guess you can't use offhand, right? You can't put like ferns or offhand in bedrock edition. So okay. We'll try to do some more editing. Oh no, I need to move that other image over here. Let's grab that first. Did I put the seagrass image over there? I think so. Looks like there's something else I'm missing. Does it not take JPEGs? PNG. Try that. Still don't take it. We'll drop it in there anyways. Okay. So as Vegas loads up, we'll just watch the mangrove tree work. Kind of funny how that one piston jazzed out. It just happens to pull down the block the very second the TNT explodes. Ugh. We're almost done with the video. Looks like it is going to be over 10 minutes. First thing I'll do is we'll edit down pieces that we just recorded. Oh, I forgot to add the new piece. Maybe I shouldn't do that now. That new piece I recorded about subscribing. There it goes. Load it up. Okay. Did it actually drop the image off here? No, it didn't. Okay. We can grow those images later. Let's see. Let's do this first. But we run into a problem that is... Okay, so these are all the problem things. So first we're going to do is we're going to edit down this. So we just get the problem parts. Also remove all of the visuals. We're not going to use those. Now it's not easy. Okay. Don't remember that part. But you can see we got some trouble here. Now the next hurdle we have to overcome. But now we have something else to deal with. Alright, I also gotta mute the music. I'm not using that. But now we run... Hey, Flame YT. Deal with it. But now we run into another difficulty. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Because Because as soon as you point at something, where it is? But we run into an issue. These go in the wrong order? But we run into an issue. As soon as you point at something, a hiccup going on. But now we run into another difficulty. Now we have something else to deal with. Next hurdle we have to overcome. See, we got some trouble here. It's not easy. I think it's backwards. I think this is supposed to be over here and vice versa. That's okay. That's okay. So what we can do is, first off, these are not lined up properly. So these all need to move up the next row. Move those up. Delete this row here. Okay, looks a little bit better. We got 2 rows. We do got a row up here of stuff. We want the images to go up here, the words to go down here. Move these up here. Oh, that's not what I want to do. We want to get all these different pieces that we edited. We want to get them all spread out to the different places where they need to go. Why isn't this not lining up? Wait, there it goes. The wheel. Oh, I missed a piece. To an issue. Now it's not easy, but you can see we got some trouble here. Now the next hurdle we have to over. Okay. Run into an issue. Let's take our newly edited pieces and let's put them together each proper location. But we run into a problem that this is issue 1. Run into an issue. Let's move that. Now it sounds correct. But we run into an issue. That is when. That sounds good. We have to switch places. These down here have to go up and vice versa. Before I start moving around, it might move our markers. So let's put these down. Then we'll come back and move them around. Right click and left click. So let's use the trick that I showed where you hold both right click and left click. This is where I'm supposed to add the image. We'll skip that for now. Actually, we might have the image. No. See, as you point at something. See, as you point at something. Life says, you're one of the best people who does redstone. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to spend more time doing redstone, less time editing. Because as soon as you point at something. Okay, so this is the piece we need. This goes over here. The next one used in my seagrass farm. It's the same trick. Okay, that's a seagrass. Sometimes we're just. There is still a problem. Then we go to the next one, which is this one. You guys might notice that there is now this still is where we have hiccup going on. It goes here. Feels like I'm a delivery driver. Drive a little cart over and then drop one off. Now we run into another problem. But now we run into another difficulty. Oh, now my CPU is 100%. Wasn't before. What did I do differently? Maybe because I turned on the recording program. But now we have another problem that. Now we have something else to deal with. How do we actually? What we run into is this dispenser. Another one here. Now the next hurdle we have to overcome. Okay, we're slowly only got 2 left to place in. This is where the 2 images go, and did I miss one? Oh, it's over here. But you can see we got some trouble here. Now I know. But you can see we run into another problem. And the last one goes here. Right? Now it's not to automatically give the player a new. Not easy to. Okay, those go together. Awesome. So we got those all lined up. So let's grab these images. These are also have to get lined up properly. Not too hard because these both go. That's where I left those little markers. The markers show me where to put these. Right here. Okay. So now we got everything marked except for like this one and a couple other ones. So I think, well, we should probably get the last ones marked, and then we should move stuff around. It's a trick that I showed where you hold both right click and left. Probably don't need an image for that one. Then later on I do talk about the sea pickle farm. But just need a picture of the sea pickle farm. And what else? The footage that I pulled up recently. Sea pickle farm. And what we recorded. Okay, let's first right click and left click. I think I can start moving stuff around now. I'm not afraid to move it because then it'll not synchronize with all this other stuff. Okay. What I need to do is, we got the intro over here. Ferns can be used as a veg. The ferns that the player collects will then just fill up the slot where the shears are supposed to go into. Ferns can be used as a. So this is the part of the intro. I'm on a quest to create an automatic farm. Hello there, Ray here, and farming up ferns is not easy to do. So I talk about what the video is going to be about. And then maybe I talk a little bit about what the ferns are used for. Not easy to do. Ferns can be used as a vegetational decoration, and with bone meal you can get used as a vegetational decoration. And with bone meal you can get the big ones. You could also have a flower pot and place them inside of that. This is the intro. I don't know where to put this part in because this part doesn't really go smoothly. Let's move this part to the beginning and we'll see where it fits in properly. As soon as I start moving stuff, the markers are gonna go off. At some point, I want to talk about like what the ferns are used for, because people might be like, "Why am I watching this video if I don't know a good use for them?" Seems like I also lagged when I did that. About to grab the sea pickle, sea grass. Why do you keep saying sea pickle? Okay, load it up. Yeah, sea grass. Everything in Minecraft. Hello there, Ray here, and farming up ferns is not easy to do. And then I should go right over to this one. Unlike most vegetation, which say that's probably how it should go. Just go right here and say, okay, blah blah blah. But then at some point I need to put in this part about different uses for ferns. Easy to do. Unlike most vegetation, which can spawn up when you just bone meal the ground. When it comes to ferns, notice they don't. Oh, we gotta move this other stuff over too. They don't actually appear even in taiga biomes when you do this, but you can find ferns naturally inside of jungles, taigas, snowy. Inside of jungles, taigas, snowy taigas, as well as old growth taiga. So you can use a shears on the naturally generated ferns in order to get them as an item. You could also find the large ferns here in the taiga, but when you use shears on them, they're not going to drop the tall fern item, but instead you'll get just 2 normal ferns. But you can have a 18% chance of actually finding the large fern item inside of a taiga village. This is the only way you can actually obtain it as an item in survival. You can also find the normal ferns here, but it's definitely not worth getting one of these ferns and placing it down, as you can actually get this exact same thing just by placing down a small fern and then just bone milling it, turning it into a large one. So this is how we're going to farm them up. This is kind of the only transition where I can put it in. Oh, this is kind of annoying because nothing really, it doesn't really fit anywhere. Everything else goes really smoothly together. The even transitions right into the tutorial very nicely. What do you guys think? How do you think I should talk about uses for ferns? Or do I just not talk about them? Well, let's keep listening a little bit more and see if there's a spot. We're first going to place down the little fern, then we're going to bone mill it to a big one, then we're going to break it down, turning 1 into 2. So to make our farm, we'll put it here. Decoration probably the main use, yeah. Like I mentioned the decoration main use, but I don't know where to fit it in within the video because 2, ferns can be used as a veg. Turning 1 into. Hey, welcome in, a tree. First time chatting. If you guys are new to the stream, make sure you hit that follow button. Hey, from YouTube, love the farms. Glad you enjoy them. welcome to the stream. It's pretty chill. This is where I work on designing my farms and all the other bits. I'm even trying to do the actual editing of the farm. You're live. See how that goes. To a big one. Then we're going to break it down, turning to place down the little fern. Then we're going to bone mill it to a big one. Then we're going to break it down, turning one into two. Ferns can be used as a vegetational decoration, and with bone mill you can get the big ones. You could also have a flower pot and place them inside of that. So to make our farm, we'll need... Might re-record this part. A flower pot and place them inside of that. And place them in it. Flower pot and place them inside of that. Place them in it. Okay. And place them in it. Recorded that part. That will have to go here. Flower pot and place. Now if we come into the dispenser, place in some bone meal and actually power this, you can see it automatically turns it into a large one. But we've run into an issue. So as a player, we'll have to still... Okay, so where does this go? We need to first move this around. Still break this down using shears, as if we break it just with pistons, we won't get the items. That is when we break... Oh, this piece goes here. But we've run into an issue. That is when we break down the large fern, not only the is it the word subtler? Subtler, aesthetic, subtle aesthetics. Yeah, I don't know much about Minecraft decorations. Does it break the top piece, but also... But we don't want to be manually flicking this lever here. So let's go ahead and automate this part first. What we're going to do is show how to do the fern in front, but it's not wasting bone meal. Now we can have an on and off switch for this done by the player. Luckily in Java Edition, we automatically break them and get the contraption. So since we can't automatically plant ferns, the contraption. This piece here needs to go in front of the other piece. Let's move that. Hopefully stuff still lines up. You can see it automatically turns it into a large one. But we don't want to be manually flicking this. Okay, that sounds much better. But we don't want to a large one. But we don't want to be manually flicking this lever here. So let's go ahead and automate this part first. What we're going to do is okay, so next piece to line up that off. You can turn off the contraption. So as a player, we'll have to still break this down using shears, as if we break it just with pistons, we won't get the items. Now this is where we're talking about the problem. I want to move this piece. Get the items. But we've run into an issue. Okay. This piece needs to go up. This piece needs to go down. get the items, but we run into an issue. Won't get the items, but we run into an issue. That is when we break down the large fern. That is when we break down the large fern. Items, but we run into an issue. That is when we just try to make sure the transitions are good, nothing ugly happening there. More aesthetic look would be nicer. Items, but we run into an issue. That is when we break down the large fern. Now, okay, that lines up pretty well because this part to work. Harvest it. Harvest it. All fern every time we harvest it. So since we can't automatically place in the small fern every time we harvest it. So since we can't automatically plant ferns and we can't automatically break them and get the items. So now I think everything's kind of one big long video. I think we can then line up other pieces. Either because has to decide as soon as you point at something button or the left click one. And every 4 game ticks, it will attempt to try one of them. So by looking away and then look, either because has to decide as soon as you point at something. So by looking away and every 4 game. Recorded this bit, but I don't know where it goes. So I have to try to figure out where it goes. Now we can't click up against the dispenser because we'll just look inside of it. So let's go ahead. You can see that we end up slowly breaking the stone, but we will eventually break it. We need to make sure we don't accidentally destroy our farm. That's the reason why both the left click and right click work in the beginning, but then eventually it just ends up the right click kind of dominating. See, as you point at something, either. Okay, it goes right here. But we are off by too much. Because as soon as you point, let's switch these around. One goes up, this one goes down. To decide to use the right click, dominating because as you point at something, we need to mute this. No, I guess I can leave that. Just gotta meet the bottom one. Because as soon as you point at something, either has to decide. Okay. Works. Just gotta line this up now. Dominating because as soon as you point at something, either has to. Because as soon as you point at something. Kind of boring, so let's remove that and we'll use this footage over here. Because as soon as you point at something, either has to decide to use the right. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's go to the next one. You guys might notice that there is still a still a problem. Said the word problem too often, so we're coming in and switching it with other words that mean the same as problem. You guys might know. That sounds so weird. It's like synced up. Continue farming. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Sometimes we're just reset so we can continue farming. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Sometimes we're just Okay, that's really good. When it starts getting closer to like being finished, it just sounds like really good. Like everything just kind of comes together. But I think it really helped that we did do a pretty good job at recording in the first place. We're able to place and harvest. But now we run into another difficulty. That is, items are falling. This lined up just perfectly. It's so funny. Oh, lagged out. Very easily. And now we run into another. Move and that is. Okay, so this goes up. Goes down. You have to do a transition here. Very easily. Another difficulty. That is. But now we run into another. Okay, let's see how this sounds. But now we run into another difficulty. That is, items are falling all about this place. So let's come in and place in some blocks so that items don't fly out. On this side, we only got a couple more line up. Currently looking like we're just over 10 minutes worth of footage. But now we have something else to deal with. That is, how do that's so funny when they overlap. But now we have another problem that I guess I can mute it now and then move it up. Inside the farm. Oh, did my stream drop for a second? Was the stream down for a couple of seconds or something? You see it put up the welcome chat again. Of the system, which is going to now the next hurdle we have to overcome. Dispenser. That now the next problem we run into is this. Once again, said the word problem a lot. Just like that. Now the next hurdle we have to overcome is this dispenser. That'll work. This hurdle we have to overcome is this Okay, so we got one more completed. Like that. Now the next hurdle we have to overcome is this dispenser. Try to make that sound a little bit smoother. Is this dispenser can only hold so much bone meal. So if we want to, okay, let's go. If you want to see all the different types of farms that can produce tons of this, check out this playlist here. I would recommend using my, these lined up pretty well, moss block farm. And then we could just finish up by placing the lever just different farms. If you want to see all the different types of farms that can produce tons of this, check out this playlist here. I would recommend using my I guess we can leave this the way it is. And using my moss block farm. I might move those up. They're not so big. And then we could just okay, so we got what, 2 left? You can see we got some trouble barely here. Aiming above the stone, which is having it so the player is mostly aiming at the stone. You can see we got some trouble barely here. Aiming above the stone. But you can see we run into another problem. A lot of problems. Listen to it above the stone, but you can see we got some trouble here. That is actually the player. Oops. What am I doing? But you can see we got some trouble here. That is actually the player. Shears will eventually break. Now a normal here. That is actually the here. That is actually the player. Shears will eventually break. Now a normal set of shears will have 238 durability. So for every fern that you break, you're going to lose 1 durability. You could add unbreaking onto this, which will make it last 4 times as long, as well as mending enchantment, which you could use. So the last one is this one here. To make several pairs now of shears it's not and switch easy between them when needed. Not easy to automatically. Not easy. I'm gonna redo this one because it didn't sound very good. Put in the transitions. Okay, done. Listen to it when needed. When needed. Transition over. Now it's not easy to automatically give the player a new pair of shears because the ferns that the player collects will then just fill up the slot where the shears are supposed to go into. Ooh. Wow, we're barely at 10 minutes worth of footage. No, not perfectly. 10 minutes is a good time aim for a YouTube video. It's supposed to go into. This is where I'm gonna put the part in about the rates of the farm. And then we just need to put the seagrass part in, and then we should be good. I'm actually getting pretty tired. Editing is not the most exciting thing. It takes a lot of time. You can make it exciting, I guess, by, you know, having fun with different effects and text animations and that sort of thing. Okay. So I need to pull 2 more files into here. Let's throw this image in there. And let's grab the next image. Oh, I actually got 4 recordings I need to add in here. Don't know if they're gonna pop in there. We'll see. Hopefully they both pop in there. These are part to do with asking people to subscribe and like the video. Also reminding people to give me credit. I'll put text on the screen to mention world downloads, schematica, tier list, everything. Oh, it finished, but yeah, I only put that thing in there. Okay, let's grab these. Did that really work just like that? Oh. Oh, that wasn't that easy. Now it has to think. Yeah, it should even just be over 10 minutes, which would be great. I would like to also work on the next episode of Raised Grid. Hoping to do 1 episode every week. But I did one last week, so I need to put one out last weekend. What time is it for you right now, says Bank? It's evening? Or is it considered afternoon? Afternoon, evening. Wait, when does evening start? Is it after 6? I don't know. There's afternoon. There's evening. How late does evening go? Then there's night. Evening. I think evening would go to like sundown. Oh, finish loading. Okay. Okay, so this piece goes up. Goes there. We can delete this row. Now we need to edit this. See what this says. And place some in it. Okay, yeah, we want to redo that part. So that part. We go ahead and mute this. Mute and hide all that because we're not going to use it. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. We're almost there, so make sure to leave a like and hit the subscribe button. I think that sounds pretty good. And this is the other bit. Now if you want to do get the sweet spot for planting and breaking, you can get as much as 10,000 items per hour, meaning it also you can get as much as 10,000 ferns per hour. Which will also 10,000 you can get a couple of repeats in there. Here it is, I would say midnight. Midnight. You must be in Europe. Yeah, Stockholm is midnight. Yeah, that's why it's been so helpful when asking my viewers to help edit videos. They've just been doing 1-minute videos. But it does let me focus on these longer ones. I'm just not sure if who would be willing to edit something like this. Like, how long have I been streaming? Well, we weren't doing the editing thing the whole time, were we? Well, we were kind of. I did the material list, I did a couple of downloads. Probably within an hour or something we started doing the editing. I've been editing for probably 3 hours. You can get as much as 10,000 ferns per hour, which will also cost you 10,000 bone meal. Okay, so this is about the rates. So the rates, if you would leave a like and hit the we can unhide this. No, I'm not doing that right. This one we can keep the music and the word. What am I doing? Shift, grab this, pull up. Why is it not doing all of them? Not sure. Do it manually then. Okay, let's watch this. Now if you once do get the sweet spot, you can hear it. I wanted people to be able to hear it. Well, this piece goes right here. After talking about the supposed to go into. Now if you once do get the sweet spot for plant. Oh, there's our image. For planting and breaking, you can get as much as 10,000 ferns per hour, which will also cost you 10,000 bone meal. Then I go straight into the outro. Bone meal. Check out how I'm designing a farm for everything in this playlist here or in the document link below. Or check out this one on all the ways to get tons of bone meal. And we're getting ever closer to 400,000 subscribers. And thanks to each of you who've hit the subscribe button, as I can see who is subscribed and who isn't in my comments. Thanks for leaving a like. Thanks for leaving a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Hey, JT's back. Back after being for about 3 hours, and you're still editing. Yeah. Yeah, we're just saying, been editing for about 3 hours. It's only a 10-minute video, so. And my editor actually took out the majority of just the blank spaces and the repeats and stuff. All I had to do was just move stuff around and get in the right order. Like I didn't actually do any extra text editing, any fanciness. I didn't do any of that. I just make sure everything's in the right order. It took 3 hours. Do we know what 1.20 is? No, but you can kind of get pretty close to know what it's going to be about, right? Might be about inventory management because they held off with the bundle. It might be something to do with archaeology because we haven't got that yet. They said they're just waiting for an update that's relative to it. You know, maybe if they do like a savanna, or maybe it wouldn't really go with savanna, but maybe a desert. Maybe they do like the update to the desert. Maybe then it would make sense to do like the archaeology, because I think a lot of archaeology occurs in the desert. Well, no, that's not really true. I suppose they can work in any biome. But you can kind of make some assumptions. But yeah, Minecraft Live is going to be the actual official announcement. Last year there was a leak to what it was about, and I actually didn't believe the leak because it just seemed so odd. I mean, the wild update, who would believe the update was called the wild update? It sounds so bizarre. Who isn't in my comments? Thanks for leaving a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. It's a minute. Don't forget to and place Okay, so let's save it and we'll move this piece to the front. And place in there. I put out a video about Minecraft Live if you want to know more about it. Yeah, my CPU is running close to 100% when I paste something like this. So that would be the limiting factor. I really need to get a better computer setup. Maybe it would make the editing go faster. But it's hard to say, like, unless you know what exactly the problem is, you don't know how to fix it. But I can see the CPU is definitely being held up. You know, maybe if I had a better CPU, maybe GPU, because I know some of the editing is done with the GPU. Well, maybe just a rendering. Oh, well, that's I think. That's I think why I pasted that in. So what is left to do? We still need some background footage for when I do the outro. Could be pretty much anything. Probably something related to the farm. We also need to do the little clips telling people like this is for Java Edition. World download, schematica, that kind of thing. That all needs to go in the front. Wait, why is that block up in the air? I'm just looking at the farm in the background that's running. I think it broke, or when I reloaded it, it came in the wrong position. Does anybody remember when that ends down? Oh, now it goes back down again. What? Okay, I always thought it was the same every time, but I did not know where to switch. Well, it's not a big deal. Oh, what the heck? Wait, is it that inconsistent? Now the block is up in the air. It's on a timer, so it shouldn't be different. It should be the same every time. BTC has almost always memory bandwidth. Mine is pretty high. It looks like 80% maybe. But I don't know the best way to fix that. Memory is your RAM, right? And I could, you know, add more sticks of RAM. But I think I already have quite a bit. I think... I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like it's maxed out. So would more memory sticks do it? Or would that not do it? I mean, I can understand where the memories are going up because Minecraft takes a lot of memory. You know, remembering all these files and what's in them takes a lot of memory. There might be room where I could just add more memory if that's a problem. But, I mean, the CPU is literally 100%, so... It really don't help because I'm streaming. I also got Minecraft running, I got editing running, and I also got my recorder running. It's not actually recording, but it's still up. Plus I got some other things going on, bots and Discord, voice calls and stuff. It's not the amount of RAM likely the problem. It's how fast processing the problem, how fast processing CPU or GPU can data from the memory. Oh, okay. But like I said, the CPU is 100%. And it gets worse because, you know, Minecraft has memory leaks and stuff, so the memory, I think, just keeps getting used up. CPU, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that. And place them in. Oh, I'm glad you guys know some solutions. And place them in it. and place them. Ooh, I don't want to do that. Because when I move that one, it moves every other one behind it. Well, whatever. A flower pot and place them in it. Okay. A minute. So to make our farm. Okay. Where should I put the part about if you use my build, make sure to give me credit kind of thing? I want to put it in the beginning so people know about it. A flower pot and place them in it. So to make our farm, we'll need a large one. So this is how we're going to farm them up. We're first going to place down the little fern, then we're going to bone meal it to a big one, then we're going to break it down, turning one into two. Ferns can be used as a vegetational decoration, and with bone meal you can get the big ones. You could also have a flower pot and place them in it. So to make our farm. Still not that smooth. To place down the little fern into a large one. So this is how we're going to farm them up. We're first going to place down the little fern, then we're going to bone a flower pot and place them in it. So to make our farm, we'll need to have the fern placed down. This can only be done on dirt like block. Okay. Remove these markers. So I got this piece. We got the grass piece. Let's put the grass piece where it goes. It goes here somewhere. Bounce off of it. And we won't move so sporadically. No, don't go there. It goes here. Normal ferns. No, don't go there. Try this one. Back at the block, we could then have the one of them. So by looking away, once again, and this is the same trick I used in my sea. Okay, so I took out the seagrass farm there. Oh, we should make sure these other ones line up. But nah, let's not wait for the line up until we get this last piece in. Credit if you use any of my farms. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. We're almost there, so make sure to leave a like and I got 2 pieces put in. Almost there, so make sure to leave a like and hit the subscribe button. Okay, so we need to figure out where that one goes first, probably. This one's gonna go towards the end of me building the farm. And then the other one might go somewhere in the middle. Towards the end of the farm, the player a new pair of take several pairs of shears. This one I'm asking people to leave a like and subscribe. Durability. You could add unbreaking on. We aim kind of at the top of the stone over here to turn the farm on and off. Now let's go ahead and give it a go. Okay, yeah, right here is probably a good spot to put it in because it's before I actually show it. So people are like anticipating for me to show it running, and then they will stick through watching this self-promotion. And off. Now let's go. We're almost there, so make sure to leave a like and hit the subscribe button. That's good. Just need some background footage just so people can watch on and off. Preferably background footage that they haven't seen before. That way they know something new is coming up. Otherwise they're just like, oh, I've seen this already. They think, oh, okay, something new is coming, and then they won't skip over it. And hit the subscribe button. Now let's go ahead and give it a go. We just stand in save it. Let's figure out where the next one goes. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Find a spot to put this one in. We're sitting at 10 minutes and 15 seconds. So we got over the 10-minute mark, which was the main goal. Kind of crazy, because like when I'm recording the video, just recording it, you know, like the farm itself is so kind of small and stuff. If I just did just a simple tutorial, it would probably be like a 5-minute video. But as I'm explaining the different difficulties and how we overcome them, yeah, that turns into a 10-minute video. But like when I was recording, I'm like, oh, there's no way this is gonna be a 10-minute video. Just not enough stuff going on. So now we need to find a way to place in the small fern every time we harvest it. So since we can't automatically plant ferns and we can't automatically break them and get the items, these two actions have to be done by the player. Luckily in Java Edition we have the offhand that works for any item, so we can put the ferns over there. Now when we right click, it's going to place a fern and the machine is automatically going to bone mill it up. And if we hold the shears in our right hand, we could also use the left click to break down those ferns. Okay. I want to put this maybe somewhat into the video. Otherwise it's like, there's no reason for someone to subscribe and like if they haven't kind of figured out, okay, the farm's working, the farm is like worthy. So I need to get to a part where like people recognize the farm is worthy for their subscription or their attention to like it, blah blah blah. So I think we'll get to the part where I show the water maybe, because that's kind of a cool part. Constantly actually aiming at this lower block here. As soon as I plant it in, you guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Somewhere in here, maybe. And left click, you can see that we can have the system automatically reset so we can continue farming. Yeah, right here, we're kind of transitioning. Show something cool and we're transitioning. That'd be a good time to put the plug in. Still running 100% CPU. That can be good. I wonder, maybe, is that why my stream dropped? Is because I'm not out of, like, I guess. Sometimes my screen crashes when I run out of room on my SSD. Put it here. You guys might notice that. So we'll put some footage of me kind of running the farm, and then we'll see how that goes. Set so we can continue farming. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. wonder if I want to close maybe my recording device. I think we're done recording, right? Let's put some footage on top of this. Let's see, where does this show? You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Let's see if we can grab this footage. Over here. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. You guys might notice that there is still a... Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Sometimes... the transition here... on. Sometimes... Okay. Continue farming. Don't forget to give me credit if you use any of my farms, as that is the only way I get recognition. You guys might notice that there is still a hiccup going on. Sometimes we're just planting... That's like the water's kind of noisy. Oh, because I did make this quieter. Well, I'll boost that up. Like, I remember to boost that. Otherwise, YouTube makes everything really quiet. So if you don't boost your audio, then it sounds really quiet on YouTube. People are like, oh, my computer or headset won't go loud enough. Okay, so we need something here. Some like text or something. And where else? Oh, we're talking about subscribe. We need the subscribe thing. Okay, looking pretty good. Let's line this up now. But we... Make sure these all lined up with their audio pieces. You can actually link them. This button once again. And this is the same trick I used in my seagrass farm. But how are we going to make the... One problem with linking them is they kind of get moved all over the place. Okay, this one. Don't forget to give me... Line that one up. So now if we stand between the water and the glass block, our head will bounce off of it, and we won't move so sporadically. Now you can see we're easily able to aim just at the stone and the air beyond it. And since we're using the mud block, which is actually smaller than a normal block, if we do F3 and B... Okay, so I talk about F3, B spot there. Move that piece into there. And then this piece goes over here. Now we run into another difficulty. That is... And this piece goes there. Goes there. Oh, this thing's not lined up. Okay. Like, why do I keep moving every single one? tons of this, check out this playlist here. I would recommend using at the stone. At the stone, and then just barely aiming. That is actually. Who knew editing was so hard? Between them when needed. Also, this is really nice because when I edit here, you guys can actually give me tips if you guys know better ways for me to do stuff more efficiently and stuff. Sometimes, you know, you just don't know. Oh, what the heck is going on here? No. Don't want it to overlap. To automatic. Now it's not easy to automatically give the player a new pair of shears because the ferns that the player collects will then just fill up the slot where the shears are supposed to. Well, I gotta say that's pretty good. There's still some things we need to do, like put in text, letting people know about world download and stuff. But that I have that already typed out on different Vegas Pro document. I just pulled those in there. What else? The sub button, the like button, all those animation stuff is in that already. I just pulled it all in there. Anything else? Yeah, I'm actually really impressed. Well, I think this is like the first time I actually did my editing on stream. No, it probably was an interesting thing, most interesting thing for you guys to watch. But it does help, like, it helps me get through these, these tough edits with you guys in the chat, like, you know, having conversations, all that. Welcome in, Sable. We've been streaming for how long? Almost been streaming for 5 hours. The thing is, I also don't have to talk that much either because the editing thing is talking, so my voice lasts longer too. Let's make sure to save this. Oh, I put a sign there, but apparently the sign on the other side did not stay. Huh. Oh no, I don't want it on this side. I want it on... Oh, I want it on that side, but it'd get moved, wouldn't it? Oh, it actually doesn't. Okay. I don't think what version they did that. I think that was 1.13 where they made it so blocks could move and the sign would still stay there. They did the same thing for buttons too. Because I think it'd be better if this was like on this side. Try to choose a side where the TNT won't damage it. I know this one probably won't because there's a block here, but this one might. That's why I like run these farms, kind of see if there's any problems. Like I noticed that block moves up and down. I don't know why it switches between up and down. Look at that, guys. Wow. AFK is so long, went through all this bone meal. Okay. So I've been streaming for about 5 hours. Let me throw up that on screen. We're gonna find somebody to raid. Make sure you guys stay around for that. It'd be fun. Whoops. But in the meantime, follow me on other social links. They're on screen. You can also find the clickable links in chat there. Make sure you guys are still subbed to me on YouTube. And while you're over there, hit that bell notification. Also join my Discord. We're trying to reach 7,000 members, so if you guys haven't already joined it, do me a big favor and just click it. We'll get access to some new cool perks by doing so. Also have a Twitter. You can follow me at Ray'sWorks. Got Reddit. Also got Patreon if you guys want to support me. The right way to do it. It's actually cheaper than here on Twitch. And you get cool perks like access to Ray's Grid, which is the newest series I have on my YouTube channel. Who should we raid? Quite a few people playing Minecraft. Let's raid. Let's see what people are doing. Who's playing some vanilla Minecraft? Maybe we'll raid a Geo Girl. He's playing some survival Minecraft. Okay, let's head over there. We're gonna be raiding right now. Geo Girl, pretty chill streamer. She does builds. She's on the Incest server. You guys probably heard of them. Part of the extra, also part of the extraordinary Minecraft team. We'll head on over there and see what she's up to. I think she's got some pretty big builds going on. Some cathedral or something. Doing in survival. Oh, it says it for a mature audience. Okay, I did not know that she was for a mature audience. But yeah, thanks guys so much for chilling out in the chat. Hopefully you guys see how long it takes me to edit videos and why it takes so long to do all this stuff. I am very appreciative of everybody hung out. You guys had questions. Hopefully I was able to answer them. If not, you can always ask in my Discord help channel or ping me over there. Thanks everybody coming in with the subs, and the raids, Doom, and Nico. Thanks everybody who's used their Twitch Prime. If you guys know